buttercream frosting?
Semicolon like their week. Did they put me?
Nice to see you. Thanks for all the planning.
Are you on the council now?
Me here. I'm the town attorney, Tom Smith, and I
Wait till you taste that cookie.
sitting here, but it may be too soon.
We did. Pam did.
I don't know.
I love it.
But you're with these guys?
I've had just way too much sugar today, though.
I go from one town.
Put us around.
Spread now?
Everybody, welcome to our work session with the Eagle County Commissioners. Very excited to have them up here with us on the same team, as always. I did also want to recognize the fact that we have Pickens County Commissioner George Newman in the audience, which is awesome that he came, and lots of previous elected officials and just interested public. So Jill and I just want to welcome everybody, but first I think what we're gonna do is, because there's definitely some faces that not everybody knows, if we could just go around the room and introduce, and why don't we start with Tom Smith and go this way?
Tom Smith, Basalt Town Attorney.
I'm sorry, I was looking at him. Which way did you point?
But it doesn't matter.
You can go next. Go ahead, go ahead.
Jeannie McQueenie, Eagle County Commissioner.
Davis Fair, interim town manager.
Jennifer Riffle, Basalt Town Councilor.
Kathy Chandler Henry, County Commissioner from Eagle.
Gary Tenenbaum, Basalt Town Council.
Jill Ryan, Eagle County Commissioner
And Chair, of course.
and Chair.
Jackie Whitsitt, Basalt Mayor.
Bernie Grauer, Basalt Town Council.
Auden Schendler, Basalt Council.
Pam Schilling, Town Clerk.
Brian True, interim county manager.
Beth Oliver, interim county attorney.
Eric Otzelberger, deputy county manager.
All right, thanks, everybody. And I think Jill wanted to say a few words at the beginning.
I did. So I want to thanks Basalt Town Council for hosting us. And we've gotten together a couple times over the last year, and hopefully we can make it more frequently because we really appreciate your partnership. And we very much care about you and the community over here. And so in the spirit of partnership, we just have a little token, just a little Eagle County notebook that we wanted to give to all the council members. It's signed autograph inside and everything. That's right. And a quarter will get you a cup of coffee or something.
Thank
How,
you so
how far are
much.
we going?
Down to,
Not-
oh, there we go. Did everybody, but, yeah.
It really
so-
is, it's really autographed, everybody.
How sweet. Thank you.
That was very nice.
We can frame these, right?
That's right. You're welcome. And you all were really great partners to us when we were working on the affordable housing tax together and some of the open space and trails. And so we know childcare is still such a huge issue in all of Eagle County along with affordable housing. So we're just looking forward to keeping the conversations going.
Yes. And on that note, I want to thank Jill also. She is the one that recommended this agenda, which, you know, we spent a little time on the phone massaging it and everything, but I think these are definitely the issues that face both the county and the town and really the whole valley. So on that note, why don't we just kick off with our first item, which is land use and traffic. In our discussions on the phone, we did talk about the fact that land use and traffic, you can't really say them without saying them both together because they're one and the same. And the fact that childcare affects many people and housing affects many people, especially if they don't have housing. Traffic affects every single person that travels to work or up and down this valley. So I don't know if anybody wants to start out that conversation, but one of the things that we did talk about just quickly is that, and I've heard this from others as well, is that we all look at our the traffic that's generated by our development applications separately, which doesn't make a whole lot of sense. What I had said to Jill is it's like trying to look at a river by chopping it into pieces, when in reality it's just flowing. You can't chop it into pieces. So one of the things we talked about was the idea of trying to get ourselves together for some kind of regional look at the traffic implications going forward, here and going forward. Developments that have been approved and not built, developments that are in the pipeline, and existing traffic. It was just recently reported here that our traffic numbers are up beyond pre-recession, and that people are squawking big time. So on that note, what does anybody else have to say about this traffic land use relationship, or what we could be doing to improve our situation? Jen, and then Gary.
So I'm definitely supportive of updating our master plan for the Roaring Fork Valley portion of Eagle County and Pitkin County. That's something that I'd very much like to work towards the end of and partnering with.
Is that Town of Basalt Master Plan or the Mid-Valley Community Plan that's
The Mid-Valley Community Plan as well as the Town of Basalt, so both. It's been a while since both of them have been updated, reconsidered. As well, we're going to have a very large plethora of information from the RAFTA mobility data that's currently being gathered, and it's going to possibly be available at the end of 2017. And that can weave fantastically into looking at traffic, mobility, and where people live and where everyone's commuting from.
And I think that that RAFTA study is looking at a much greater area than the Mid-Valley. I think it's the entire transportation corridor. So that's really what we need, is the beginning to the end. Kind of, and Gary had his hand up.
Oh, well, I mean, first of all, thank you for coming. I mean, it's great that we've been able to do this. It's amazing we actually meet twice a year. You know, you guys are busy, we're busy, and one of the things that really, truly, we've been trying to talk about, but we haven't gotten to it, is trying to find a way to come together and plan together. And we just haven't done that. And I just don't want to pay it lip service anymore. I want to find a way, because then we get into these conflicts. And there's conflicts on land use applications, and there's conflicts on, you know, they think it's okay with traffic-wise, and overall, we should be planning together. We need to update our master plan, and it seems like, you know, with the Roaring Fork Planning Commission, you know, kind of saying to you guys, hey, let's calm this down, and they put it out there that they weren't in favor of these two big developments. I think it's a sign that we really need to do it. And plus, the greatest thing is this valley is very supportive of the three women that are here from Eagle County. We are really, truly, you know, one of the things is we are. And it's a huge support, but that support comes with some responsibility of working together between the boundaries to make sure that, you know, the traffic, the police, all the other, the affordable housing, childcare, all these pieces, I think we can solve together. But if we're kind of competing on density and competing on growth, it's really gonna kind of not come together, and we're gonna then all of a sudden be going, okay, how do we mitigate what we've just done?
Jill, you were going to say something.
No, just to echo what Gary said, I think one of our questions was, do we need to update our master plan or do a full-blown new master planning process? And through that process, we had talked about, you know, is that where we do some of the joint planning? And it's interesting to hear that your master planning process is due, and I think you mentioned Pitkin County as well. We didn't know if we needed to redo the whole master plan or just along the Highway 82, because there's sort of these different areas. But we welcome that input. I mean, we see some of the disconnects. The plan was completed in 2013, but it was really worked on during the recession, and so, you know, obviously things have changed since then.
So, yeah, I mean, in some ways, it's not all that complicated. What we need to do is get in a room and agree on what should be developed with density and in what order. And right now, the problem is, we're looking at inside the town core, putting a bunch of density with the argument that that's where the density should be, and that's where it can be served by infrastructure and can access mass transit. And then in a perfect world, we would do those things first within the town core, and then we'd do the other stuff. And instead, what's happening is we're doing that, and all the other stuff's going too. So what would be ideal is if all together we said, Eagle County, Basalt, we said, yeah, do the town core. Here's what should happen first, second, and third. So there's not just priority for what makes sense in terms of transit-oriented development or density, but in what order it should happen. I think we all realize there's need for housing, there's going to be growth, there's going to be development, but right now it's basically, it happens everywhere because there's no coherent plan and sequencing of it. So to me, that's doable and not particularly complicated. And to your point, Jill, it doesn't mean redoing the whole plan. It's just redoing this portion.
So, having said that, I'm just wondering if there's any interest in trying to do a joint traffic, whole valley traffic analysis, because I think one of the things that we're experiencing too is that, and it's really hard, especially I think on the community and on developers, is that the last guy at the table gets to pay for the infrastructure, and that just doesn't seem fair, never has seemed fair. And I think that one of the things we need to do, and we are looking at this on the South Side project that we're discussing still this evening, is how do you get the infrastructure in there to accommodate the kind of traffic that you're gonna generate? Because it's super easy to say, we think if we do this, it won't generate as much traffic, but I mean, I really think that we're all spending money and we're asking developers to spend money on these traffic studies, when in reality, they are so meaningless on their own. So,
How
yeah.
useful is RAPTA's study going to be?
Well, I think it's gonna be super useful, quite honestly. And they're working pretty focused on the Upper Valley right now, and maybe George, I don't know if you're working on that project, George, but maybe you could give us just a few words on the final outcome of the RAPTA study in conjunction with the Upper Valley transportation study?
The Upper Valley study is sort of an adjunct to the RAPTA's main study, which you said earlier, Jackie, goes from here all the way down to Rifle. And so those results for this next phase should be out by July. And that's going to provide all this critical information for the main part of Highway 82. Our Upper Valley study will probably be finished about that same time as well. So they should all sort of combine. But we're looking at sort of a different venue from the Upper Valley, specifically looking from the Brush Creek Intercept lot into Aspen, addressing the mobility into the entrance to Aspen. The RAPTA study is going to be looking at just the needs assessment throughout the entire RAPTA corridor.
So is RAPTA then looking at all the development applications that are on the table as well? Or do you know?
Well, RAPTA, as you know, has decided their role would be just to provide input in terms of numbers and availability of access to transit versus responding directly to any particular application.
Right. Well, I think that even if just Basalt and Eagle County work together on this traffic issue, there is, I don't know this, but intuitively, I believe that the Mid-Valley traffic congestion is where it's locked up, both in the morning and in the afternoon, because there's population nodes and stoplights that just are grinding people to a halt. You can't get on, you can't get off of the deal. So, if there's interest, how would we approach that?
It might be an issue for us to staff. And maybe we even need to take it back to some of our departments, but in terms of a traffic analysis for the whole valley.
I mean, I would suggest, Commissioner Ryan, that, yeah, we take that back and kind of work up a scope of what that might look like and, consider everyone's timeframes and, try to, put a framework together that maybe we could have further discussion with the policymakers here.
And maybe it would be worthwhile to have a subcommittee of county, like, I know we can only have limited numbers without noticing everything, but maybe have a elected representative from the county and the town, and maybe the other county too, and staff as well, and to get more bang for the buck, just to get an idea from staff's perspective of realistic time constraints and resources and all the things that come to play here. But we are putting a lot of resources into these traffic studies as is, both the communities and the applicants, so.
Madam Chair, I just wanted to also comment that for folks that don't know, that are watching or listening to this, in Eagle County, our master plans are regulatory, and it's where the process starts with the developer. And so it may be a year and a half, the developer and staff have worked on a file before it goes to the Planning Commission. Might be 2.5 years down the road before the Board of County Commissioners get it. So it's just really important that the master plan reflects the desires of the community, because what you don't want is to, consume a lot of resources with your staff time and the developers that, we want some affordable housing from them, and the longer the process takes, the more expensive it is to follow a document that doesn't reflect the community desires, and then you sort of have the disconnect when it gets to us. So that was one reason we wanted to bring it up, at least along the Highway 82 corridor. I think it would, for our purposes, need to be, of course, the input bigger than the town of Basalt, but I think we could do some joint planning around it. I think we could get in a room, and it's kind of what this board has been asking for a while, and we haven't been able to have that conversation.
Well, one of the things I was gonna add on to that is, I think both boards need to just be direct and direct staff to, come together and figure out a way to update our master plan and your master plan on the growth, basically when you're looking at densities and stuff like that. Because when I saw, when you were dealing with one of the applications, it was, master plan says this, and you're like, okay, the Roaring Fork Planning Commission said no, and it's like, there's disconnect. And as soon as you have that disconnect, we need to come together and do kind of what I think we're all looking at, is to say, how much density can we handle? And traffic study will be important, but it'll also be, how much density does the community really want to see? Not just from a traffic, because then you get into the level of service, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and that just doesn't mean anything. To me, it's really a community vision, and we have the opportunity, because we're all sitting at the table and we seem to agree on a lot of this, we have this opportunity to do it. And so I think from the Basalt side, would like to make sure that this is a main focus of our staff, is to make sure that we're including, the Mid-Valley area in our master plan process, and updating that master plan to work together with you guys so we don't do the jurisdiction stopping. We don't seem to have it with Pitkin as much as Eagle, and I think we can fix that.
Yeah, I think, Gary, it's just what you said. It's a matter of values and what is it that the Mid-Valley wants. And if population and housing is driven by jobs, especially workforce, I mean, there's second homeowners too, but mostly jobs, then do we want those folks to have to live in Newcastle and drive through Eagle County to get to work in Aspen? Or do we want to figure out how to, or, do you want to figure out how to house them here? And if that's the case, then how do we go about that?
And I think that RAPTA study will give us a much better idea of what that corridor looks like, and who is going from where to where to work. So that's good.
That, if we were to get to this point where we said, yeah, here's where density goes, this is the priority, this is better for you. You don't have to go to contentious meetings at the center in Elgebel. And it's better for developers. They know what they should expect down the line. So it's good governance. And yeah, I would really like to bang that out in, simultaneous with the thinking about whether we can do that traffic study. I think they're of a piece.
And we have a plan with the town of Eagle, that's the Eagle Area Community Plan, so it's a joint Eagle County town plan that incorporates their growth boundary, but beyond that as well.
That's
So
great.
it's a really helpful document, yeah.
Davis.
Madam Mayor, if I might, it's a perfect opportunity for both boards to work together on a regional approach or community-wide approach to planning. And you mentioned traffic, but traffic is driven by these land use decisions as well as employment and marketing and that other piece. So the Basalt plan and the Eagle County plan ought to mesh sort of seamlessly, and the implementation mechanism for that is a good solid IGA on how that will happen. And where sometimes those fall apart is the jurisdictional things where the commissioners have land use authority in Eagle County and the town has land use authority here, and sometimes the philosophies differ and conflicting decisions, land use decisions are made. And that's always become, in my observation over the years, one of the big hurdles you have to get over. How do the commissioners make a decision if it's different than what the community is talking about? And so that's where the blueprint, if you will, the land use plans, if they mesh, that certainly helps address that challenge before you get there. Because otherwise, when you get there and you have an application and you're struggling with that and there's conflict, it makes it very difficult. So this is a perfect opportunity for both entities to work on that piece.
Well, it sounds like we all agreed that it would be wonderful if our staffs could help us get going on this, and whether it would be starting with a subcommittee or starting with staff, I don't really know, but I think both of us have great staff in place that can start that conversation and figure out how to make this happen. You had something, Gary?
Well, I was just gonna say, this will drive the change in the IGA, because right now we have an IGA with Eagle County, but it seems like there's, some issues with that IGA that need to be figured out, so we don't come into this conflict where we're referring to the IGA, but the IGA is not what we're supposed to be referring to, and, that's the next piece that we were gonna talk about was the IGA, but I think if we can come together and plan, you can create this IGA that really truly reflects the values of the community, and really, because what we were trying to do with that IGA was community benefits. It was all about community benefits, and, I think we have a conflict on what we feel is community benefits. There's a conflict between the master plan and the IGA.
And that's a very nice dovetail, right? So Jill and I also, in preparation for this meeting, chatted a little bit about the IGA, and it boils down to that there are some legal questions on the IGA, so our attorneys are talking together about the issues on the IGA, and I believe that the legal department at Eagle is going to send something to Tom Smith for us to review, so that we have a starting place of what are the questions and how can we deal with them.
Yep, that's correct. We did talk last week, and I'm planning to put together probably, if not a red line, maybe a new draft. Because one point I wanted to make too, and it's more to Mr. Tenenbaum's point, there are a lot of provisions in here, while they may not be relate to legal concerns, there are a lot of provisions that just haven't been acted upon. For example, there's one provision that suggests that the council and the board put together a map of open space property, and there's another provision that talks about doing a report on financial considerations, and those things may still be important, but it may be a good opportunity, since it was entered into so long ago, to revisit some of these provisions and see whether some are necessary. Maybe we take them out, maybe we add some other things that are more important, some joint considerations. But we do have some legal concerns, and I'm happy to put something together as soon as we can and get it to your council for review.
That would be great. It's a place to start, and I agree that all these things kind of have to work together, for sure. Affordable housing. Do you want to kick that off?
Yeah, I would be happy to. So Mayor, you and I had a conversation about just the need for affordable housing, and you were saying, wow, like at this point, we almost need 100% affordable housing. And I mean, we're countywide, we're in the same dilemma, and that is that given land costs, given construction costs, and then we have a 25% requirement, affordable housing requirement for our developers, it's very hard to make the numbers pencil. And so it's such a bummer that the affordable housing ballot initiative didn't pass, because I've had conversations with you, I mean, a number of other folks in this room who we've all sort of come to the same conclusion that if you want affordable housing, it's probably going to take a government subsidy in one form or another. But I did want to let you know, in case you don't know, that Eagle County is kicking off an affordable housing advisory committee, right? Multi-jurisdictional advisory committee. And Roaring Fork Valley will have 2 seats on that, one from the town of Basalt, one from unincorporated Eagle County. And it's a way for us to talk about, you know, how do we pool our resources? Can we start to chip away at this problem? Eventually, do we want to go ask the citizens again? We recognize that there really wasn't enough time to educate people very well. And I know on the Eagle Valley side, a lot of folks thought that this was housing for seasonal employees. You know, why isn't Vail Resorts doing this? And didn't really get it's our year-round teachers and nurses and plumbers and just sort of the infrastructure of our workforce that we all rely upon that we're really struggling to house, so.
Yeah, I mean, I guess to talk a little bit more about the conversation that Jill and I had, and really lots of people are starting to have, I think, is the fact that if you have an application that comes in with 100 units and you exact 20 or 25 units out of a developer, they can't afford it, and the additional numbers of units actually creates more need for housing. So you've got more kids, and then you've got more requirements for teachers and cops and traffic. And so, I mean, I think this is boiling down to, it's just not working anymore to exact adequate housing from developers. And it does need to fall on the shoulders of the community in some way. And I think a lot of the governments still have some land. So even if the land, if you could take away the land costs from an application, that would help to a certain extent. But I mean, so many of the units that have been built in Pitkin County that are totally affordable housing, that's what is, I think, really helped the Upper Valley to sustain life, if you will. Anyway, anybody have any other thoughts about? Gary, are you?
Well, I mean, to me, I was looking at, you know, when we were trying to do the affordable housing, you know, campaign and stuff, and it is difficult to explain what that money was gonna be for. I mean, I don't think we had time to show that you actually had potential projects. I mean, so what are you voting for? You're voting for just a tax, or are you voting for actual units to get built? And I think we need to come together, and this committee seems like a cool idea to figure out ways to actually identify projects that can happen, and then you go ask the voters. Because if you have something in the hand saying, hey, if we get $460,000 over here, in 5 years, we can build this many units, and here's the locations that we can initially do it. I think the voters will respond to that. They've been, you know, the town has purchased some housing, and it's also, you know, there's some affordable rental going in. Willett's housing is getting built. So the housing stock is increasing. Obviously, it's not enough, but I kind of agree that instead of trying to extract it out of every single developer, is we really need to create it if we really want it, and I think we can if we work together.
And there's some good partnership. Oh, sorry.
Okay.
So I'm very excited about the multi-jurisdictional housing committee, and I would imagine that it very much stemmed from what we co-created for the affordable housing ballot item. And some comments that I hope that you do continue in with consideration in the newest iteration is when vetting the members of this committee, that it not solely be business owners and business members, that it have a larger range of members that include just interested parties, and that it not be a specification that they must be a business owner in that region. That was one of the, and then as well, holding one of the meetings a year in the Roaring Fork Valley would be so greatly appreciated.
Make a note.
Kathy?
It's gonna be Town of Basalt's nomination, so you'll have control over that.
Okay.
So that's good. I was just going to comment that our most successful recent housing project came about with the Castle Peak Senior Care Center, and because the county owned land and contributed that to the project in the form of a secondary mortgage loan. So it's sitting there to be repaid at some point in the future, if and when that operation's profitable. May never happen, or it might, but that donation of land made the project work. So it was a private project owned and operated by Augustana Care, but the land was provided by Eagle County as a loan.
Perfect.
And that worked, yeah.
Others? My head always focuses that way for some reason.
I've noticed that.
Oh, sorry.
One quick comment is, it seems to me that our only answer here is a tax, which I believe we need, but are we missing some stuff? In our community, for example, later tonight, we're gonna look at rezoning parcels to be more dense. Well, can we do that proactively so that it's easier to get your application through to increase density in the core? Do we need help, or can we consult with others to give us a broader understanding of what our options are? Because right now, increase a tax, pass a tax, have government support housing, that's all we got. And I'm not saying I have brilliant ideas either.
Oh, sorry.
See, now my head was that way, just so you know, and I missed that one.
Jeannie?
I think one of the things that the committee will be looking at is creating a whole toolbox of things. And so it will be talking to, and hopefully the Town of Basalt will be there and offer what's working for you. But there are, deed restrictions, there are changes to zonings, there's changes to ADUs, there's different things that people are trying. There's private public partnership. And so I think, as Jill was saying, we're just going to chip away at it because we don't have a tax, and we may not for a couple of years even, but if we all can come together and share ideas. And so Jill Klosterman, who's the head of our housing department, is really putting together this toolbox. One is, sort of identifying the parcels that are tagged for like density, so that you can talk to banks and you can talk to developers, and maybe you can get some partnerships going that way. So I think it is much broader than we'll solve it with the tax, because we can try again and be in the same place.
Exactly. Okay, any more on, yes?
I'd like to just make a final about full circle how we open the conversation on affordable housing and the 25%, or what the need, or what the definition is that developers must provide. I do support where Eagle County is on that, and I don't necessarily support changing that number.
Hey, the next item is Eagle County Communities Climate Action Plan to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. That's exciting. And a mouthful.
Do you want me to kick that off?
Sure.
So about 30 partners around the county spent a year creating this climate action plan. And what it really is a goal to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by big organizations within Eagle County. And Eagle County government, we've dedicated staff to this issue for several years, and it's something that we feel we're pretty good at, in terms of we've been able to create energy efficient buildings within Eagle County. We've purchased 2 solar farms, which are saving our taxpayers $290,000 a year in electricity costs, and taking, I was trying to pull up the numbers, I hope I can remember them, 400 and something cars off the road and 200 and something houses off the grid. So huge impact on carbon footprint. We're asking organizations, towns, municipalities, metro districts to look at this plan and to adopt it and then make it fit for you. We know Town of Basalt is concerned like we are about climate change, and especially given where we live, our economic engine, the fact that we have the snowpack for 18 other states. It's been raining a lot this winter, you know, precipitation is falling now in the form of rain and not snow. There's so many impacts, as we know, as the planet warms: health, economy, the environment, of course. And so, you know, at the Paris climate talks, they talked about how national governments are not nimble, they may lack political will, like, it's really gonna take the collective impact of individuals and local governments and state governments to reduce our carbon footprint together. So this is a blueprint. We can offer our staff as, to help with technical assistance if you wanna look at your own buildings. Holy Cross Energy was involved in this, City of Aspen was involved in this. And I believe, if I understand correctly, it's coming before you for your consideration in March, I think.
I can talk about that.
Perfect.
So the Green Team has been meeting on this, and we like the plan, and what we're gonna propose to council is that Basalt adopt the Eagle County plan so that we don't have to reinvent the wheel. We don't think that's a good use of time. And then we've drafted a 1-page, very simple Basalt version of how we're gonna approach this. So we'll adopt the plan, get council to support this 1-pager. To be honest, Basalt doesn't have the resources we need to really kick ass on efficiency, but a portion of it is gonna be a substantial ask of about $100,000 that the town commits to spend every year on efficiency. And then a component of advocacy, saying, hey, we gotta support state climate issues and even federal. So just as a preview for council, the $100,000 might be something that's a piece of Boyd's budget that gets earmarked for retrofits that have great return on investment. So it could be this $100K is gonna kick back $50K a year. And so we may not, you know, in our next budget making process, we may say we don't have the money. Well, I'm gonna urge us to find the money and to spend it on these every year, chunk away at these. So that's where we're headed, and it's moving pretty fast. I think we're coming to council in the next few weeks.
And that's the kind of thing that really needs to be in our capital improvement plan, because I think, you know, we saw Ira Flato last night in Aspen, and he was basically saying all these environmental things are kind of just blah, blah, blah. You gotta follow the money, because the environmental deals, solar is, you know, you're not gonna have coal mines again, because that's crazy. It's gonna be solar. And so I think, at least when we did this at RAFTA, it seemed pretty easy to pencil out the return on investment. So I think if you bring that versus just, if you say 100,000 and you don't say, and then coming back is this, but I think that's definitely very explainable and it makes sense. It makes a lot of sense. Yeah, Davis.
Madam Mayor, if I might, this also, with my planning background, leads back to the whole discussion about land use, making communities walkable, making communities where people can work. Commissioner Henry mentioned that too. So, you know, if you build three-dimensionally and densify, and you work and you walk and you do all your stuff close by, you help reduce a huge component of that. And sometimes that gets placed over here, and in my mind, it's integral to a climate, any kind of climate plan. Because how you build generates traffic, generates all those other things that should be part of that whole conversation in my mind.
Yeah, Kath.
Jill, Town of Minturn has adopted, Town of Vale, it's on Eagle's agenda.
Town of
Who else?
Avon, Western Eagle County Recreation District, Weckmerd.
Right.
Excellent.
So,
Eagle County.
so it's great. It was a community-led effort with Walking Mountain Science School, and it's been pretty well received just because you can base your strategies according to whatever your jurisdiction is.
Right. Very
Question,
exciting.
so what, in your plan, what's your next steps, and is there any steps over here that, you guys are looking at?
So what I understand from the plan is that there's going to be groups of experts from the community that are going to come together to be able to provide technical assistance to groups that want to look at strategies to reduce their greenhouse gas emissions. And I'm sure that will include county staff, but it's even broader than that. So I think, you're probably in contact with the folks at the county, but it's just probably a matter of coordinating through our staff once you adopt the plan and determine what you want to do. And our staff also knows where rebates are available. And I should mention for individuals as well, if individuals want to have an audit of their home or business, we've got a program, Energy Smart, that will do that and then provide some rebates for any home improvements or building improvements.
Jeannie? I think what we're doing right now is trying to get everybody to sign on and adopt the resolution. And then I think it's about being responsive to what does each jurisdiction want to tackle, and do they want to do it through advocacy and sort of promoting the residents to do the Energy Smart, or is it through landfill, or is it through, and so they're trying to be responsive to and make available tools to whatever the community says, this is what we want to tackle, and can you help us do that? And there's not funding, it's just expertise and tools, I think, is how I'm hearing the plan. And so it's very flexible based on what each different group wants to do.
And we're redoing our land use regulations, and I know Town of Eagle is considering redoing theirs, and we thought, boy, let's see how we can make those better aligned and also incorporate some of the energy efficiency in those.
So we would, if there's technical assistance to be had, we want it, because that's a cost to us is doing energy audits, so we'd love to talk more about that. The other big, when we did this plan, we thought, hey, we have a legitimate problem on climate. We're not moving fast enough. The Paris Accord said 1.5 was the threshold between stable climate or adaptable climate and catastrophe, and we almost hit 1.5 this year. So we know it's urgent. So in the plan, we said what really matters and where can you move things rapidly, and one area we could move things rapidly is power supply. Park City is committed to 100% clean power in a real way, not a paper shuffling way, so additional new clean power projects. And that's something that Eagle County, Basalt, Aspen Skiing Company, and others could work together on and make big difference pretty rapidly and maybe at a profit.
Oh, sign us up.
All right.
Yeah. He's writing it down. You're signed up.
One other
Good point.
piece of information on the energy audits for your home is that the county assessor's office has an Energy Smart seal that they will place on your title if you go through this energy audit and do the upgrades for your home, so that if you go to sell it, then you've got the Energy Smart mark on it. And people are reporting some good success with that certification.
That's great. Anything else on this issue? If not, we have some minutes left for childcare.
All the easy stuff.
All the easy stuff, right? Let's just talk about, baseball. Carrie?
Well, can you guys just kick off, like, when we were talking about the affordable housing tax and all that stuff, can you guys just give an update on where you're at with potential, because you didn't put it on the tax, where you guys are at with any funding for that?
So probably one of the hardest things that I've ever struggled with is not putting it on as a request to the citizens this year. It just was not the right time in terms of our lead up to it. But we have a strong commitment to the importance of early childhood development and affordable childcare. And so what we said we would do is take some of our extra fund balance and see where we could have an impact in terms of childcare. And so last year we had done a early childhood framework, roadmap, call it the wrong thing all the time. And it's online if you're interested in what it says, and many people over here have read it. And so we're in the process right now. It probably is ready for signatures pretty soon. Attorneys might have something still to say about it. A contract that we're working with Cradle to Career and the Basalt Child Care Coalition to provide them some funds for this next year to basically move that roadmap forward, to continue the public will building that's happening, and to see how we can actually impact in the Roaring Fork Valley. We're doing something similar in the other side of Eagle County there, and we have a longer way to go in terms of public will building over there. You guys have been working with your business community a lot longer than we have, and they come to the table and talk about how important it is. So that's what we're hoping to be able to do, is to basically, with a much smaller amount of money than would be generated from a tax, use some of our excess fund balance and see what we can move forward.
Have you looked at anything besides like a tax, a straight tax? Like, I don't know if this even makes sense, but like a special district or something else besides a tax? Like, for instance, Eagle County, yes, we are in Eagle County, but you know, the communities of interest are completely different, and it might be beneficial to have a district like a school district, which doesn't go across mountain ranges and things like that. But I don't know if there's enabling legislation on the books or necessary to do something different than just a plain old, I assume it's property tax or sales tax?
You know, we're not anywhere near making that kind of decision. We basically said we're not putting it, our feeling is the voters are not ready in general. And you may feel differently in talking to the business community over here and to the parents over here. They're just not ready to do that. And the polling that we did do, it was sales tax was more popular, but we still didn't say we're ready to do that.
Yeah. You know, just to frame the issue a little more, we know that people come to Eagle County, and once they settle down and have a family, they tend to leave. And if you look at our demographic data, it's around age 30, and then they don't come back until close to 50. And it's the two issues. It's affordable housing and availability and affordability of childcare. On the Eagle Valley side, we've seen a couple of childcares close, and we've helped save a couple more. And we're in this situation, and we've given funding to most of the childcare entities in the county, including Blue Lake and what's that? Growing Years. And I mean, what we've really discovered is the market that we live in with, what am I trying to say? The resort market. Same with affordable housing. It's like it costs this much to operate a child care center, and parents are willing to pay this much. There's a big gap in the middle, and in that gap, quality suffers. But also, at some point, sometimes providers just go under. They can only make it for so long, and we know that we don't have enough infant spaces on either side. And so if parents can't find reasonable child care where they don't have to drive an hour each day, you know, they just can't make it work. So it's a good question about a special district, and it's kind of like we sort of need the whole county to get there if we were going to have some sort of subsidized early childhood program. Because if it only passes in part of the county, I don't think we could ever get it in the other. It's a need sort of countywide, but I would say probably nothing is off the table. I mean, it's such a huge need for young parents.
I just want to add, the other thing that we did do, the decision we made as a county was to increase the number of CCAP spots. And that's for our most at-risk families so that they can afford childcare. But what we really wanted to do was to provide the funds, and it's a limited amount of funds right now from our excess fund balance, to the community here. And you have coalitions that get together on a regular basis through Cradle to Career and through the Basalt Child Care Coalition for them to make the decisions. Do they need more tuition assistance? Do they need more subsidy to childcare providers themselves? Do we need, I don't know, whatever, but it's in the roadmap. Did I say that wrong again? The roadmap of, it's about quality, affordability, and capacity. And so design what you want, and that's in the contract and that we're doing. And we're doing a similar thing in the Eagle River Valley, is let the early childhood community of parents and business owners and folks come together and design that.
So, I'm excited to hear it's still in the plans to get the funding over here. And, I know we'll find a way to spend it, but it's, the hardest part is, all the things you just said, quality, affordability, and actual capacity, are all things that we need. We're learning when we just opened up the Growing Years place is, the reality is affordability is a huge issue. It's a huge issue, and there's so many potential need out there, but you're not getting them because of the affordability issue.
Right.
And I just don't know how we're not gonna have enough money to subsidize it enough. So we've gotta find a way to bridge that gap. I mean, because most of the, when the Cradle to Career, they did a big study at the Crawford Mobile Home Parks and all that stuff, and those studies show that there's people out there that would love to put their kid in childcare, but they just don't have, the affordability is not there. And then we'd get into a capacity issue. So it's a fun issue, and I don't know how we can solve it unless we come up with very unique ways of funding it. And I think one of the big keys is to keep the business community involved. And we've got to keep that connection going because the business community has a stake in this. And I think they can help find ways to construct more and, when we have to deal with the capacity issues and stuff like that.
And it gets down to a workforce issue again. If you've got people who are potentially in the workforce that can't go because they can't get childcare, then you've got to import workers who increase traffic and need more housing. And so it really gets to what Davis, you said about getting everything in a compact space, everything that is needed. And we've been trying to work with the schools as well because they are seeing their responsibility in early childhood, and it's to their benefit to get those kids there ready to learn in kindergartens.
If the state wasn't in such miserable shape for K-12, it should be part of. I mean, I don't know what they do in developed nations in Europe, but I assume that childcare is considered infrastructure, just like housing.
Costs $12 a day in Canada.
How, okay, how'd they do that?
Tax. Income tax.
Income tax, that works.
Anyway, well, I think we're getting close to time, and it seems like we have some direction that we're going on some of these issues. Jill and I also talked about the need to see whether the county or the town of Basalt is better at kickball, for instance. And maybe doing something this summer that is less formal and a little bit more get to know each other and our families. And so that's on us.
Yeah, totally.
So we will somehow make that happen. And we might even, since it would be like not a meeting, we could even meet halfway, although Jill wants to come over here. Yes, ma'am.
I just want to reflect and thank all of you for your involvement and proactivity of being involved in the multi-jurisdictional housing options, coming over for meetings, having a presence here. I recognize it, our citizens recognize it, and let's continue on that path. So,
And we are very
Thank you.
thankful to have such a progressive group from Eagle County, because in my lifetime, it hasn't happened till now. So
Thank you.
Kathy knows what I'm talking about. So anyway, thank you so much again for coming, and we'll see you soon, I hope, at least whether a subcommittee or the whole group again.
We're gonna call our trainers on the way home and get practicing.
Okay, well, we have a coach already.
Oh, shoot.
Yeah. Should we take 5?
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you for the
guys.
present. are back for the second half of our work session. Don't give me that candy. And just a quick reminder, everybody, to speak into your microphone. And if you're somebody who leans back in their chair, Auden, take your microphone with you. I'm just saying. So our next item is a work session discussion regarding development concepts for CDC property. Susan, there you are.
Well, we have an hour, so we're not trying to solve world peace on this item. We're really trying to regroup and give direction where we can, and really to kind of notify staff, Low and CDC, what additional information that you would need to make a decision. After the election and the 2 ballot issues failed, there were, comments made at a council meeting about kind of individually where everybody was. And, staff's takeaway is that the town council was receptive to going ahead and getting a land use application and resolving the land uses on the CDC property. But we really haven't collectively had a council discussion. So one of the purposes tonight is really just to kind of review where you were before and do a check-in. And there's a couple places where we're kind of asking you, is there some wiggle room in a couple different areas or not? So we just kind of want to take your temperature. And just to kind of remind you, this was kind of set up as a town council discussion. And it really wasn't set up for an opportunity for the public to comment or even Low in the CDC. So we've had, staff's had discussions with Rob Pugh from the Manaus board. We've had, discussions with Jim DeFrancia. We had a phone conference yesterday kind of in preparation for this meeting, and we've had, individual discussions with Michael McVoy and with David Myler. So to the extent that we can, we want to kind of pass on that information. In the packet, we outline these, kind of 7 discussion items. Oops, I already moved too fast. These 7 discussion items. I'm going to kind of quickly go through them. And we don't want to spend a lot of time on any particular one item, but the first one is just, there's 2 other things actually before I do this that I want to state. And one is that our goal tonight is to give direction about what the council's preferences are. But as we said in the packet, we've said numerous times, we've put in resolutions, nothing really prevents the CDC or anyone who has an option on the property from submitting a different land use application, from using a different zoning district for requesting more land uses in a different configuration. And the other kind of piece is that from our discussion with Jim DeFrancia, I know that some counselors would rather just have a land use application submitted to us. But in talking to Jim DeFrancia with Low, who still has the option contract on the property, he isn't really willing to go forward. It's too much of a financial risk for him if he doesn't have a lot more kind of direction and bookends in terms of some of the items that we're going to go over tonight. So, briefly what we want to talk about is reimbursement, acceptable level of development, the building location and use of the polygon, uses, and this is one of those areas that we want to talk about, the council's kind of willingness to maybe tweak a little bit of their direction that they gave us before, parking, and to protect the park portion of the CDC property, how is it that, we want to, what are some council ideas about how moving forward, and then obviously next steps. So, we'd like to leave the work session with kind of, do you want another work session? Do you want to invite Low? Do you have questions that you want to have us answer before we come back? So that's kind of, in the end, where we want to get to. James, do you want to pull the next? So yesterday, in our discussion with the CDC and with Jim DeFrancia, we were kind of talking about this, 3-legged stool. And it gets to many of these different questions, these 7 discussion items that I outlined before, is that all these people are players. And we have to be able, in the end, to address the requirements and needs of each one of those, or we don't really kind of move forward. You know, with the CDC, and to the extent also, we tried to put information in your packet, kind of giving what our best understanding is of where people are coming from. With the CDC, they have investors. They've made an investment in their property. You know, I included in the packet the prior memorandum from Rob Pugh when we were looking at the election, and, you know, they were willing to lose, at that time, I think it was $150,000, who knows what it is today, but, you know, they have investors and they want to recoup what they've invested in the property. The town, you know, one of those items is reimbursement, and the other item is how much development is and type of development that's acceptable on the property. And so obviously we're a big player where we, you know, have the land use approvals on this, and to some extent we can help with what financial resources that we have. Low, you know, Low, obviously they're going to move forward if they don't make money. I mean, they're in it to develop the property, but as we kind of said in our packet information, you know, we included 3 things on the reimbursement issue. We included Rob Pugh's letter. We included, well, and we also included kind of the town statement about what we said during the ballot and what we put out there. And we included a memorandum from Tom Smith. And we could spend like an entire meeting talking about reimbursement, and that really wasn't our intent today. But kind of what we're getting at is that the CDC legally isn't obligated to reimburse us. You know, we can seek reimbursement from a developer or Low, and as kind of stated in this packet material, what Low's position is their ability to reimburse the town is dependent on 2 things. 1, what they're paying for the property, and 2, what kind of development they're being able to build on the property. So as we, you know, the original idea that we were going to get reimbursed at 150,000 square feet, you know, isn't really feasible when we are looking at what we're talking about now, which was the 55,000 and on about half of the property. So on reimbursement, and again, I'm trying not to get, like, this could be an entire meeting, and we could spend an entire meeting on what we spent the money on and everything, and that isn't really the purpose. But if you have a strong feeling about where you're coming from on this reimbursement question, I think staff would like to hear it. So that would be the time right now for that piece of it.
Okay. Are you finished with the reimbursement speech? Okay, good. All right. This was really, by the way, a pretty thorough packet. It really reminded me of every place we've been. I guess I would like to say first, before we start this discussion, I think it's good that staff has outlined some questions for us, because you're their interface, basically, with the landowner. But my number 1 priority with regard to this park, since the election, since our ballot question failed, is that I feel like we really, really need to get the park portion that we own developed. People are going to be watching us to see if we are just going to let that sit in dirt, basically, or if we are going to spend the money that we now have available to turn that into a park as quickly as possible, because it is owned by the public, and the public, I think, is going to be watching us, is all I can say. With regard to the reimbursement, I'll just go first. We did not get a commitment from anybody for reimbursement on this. It's been a conversation piece that has gone back and forth and back and forth. My opinion is that the monies that we spent are not reimbursable at this point. As Susan said, if we can get additional monies for our expenses from a future developer, that's great. But I think it's pretty clear from my memory and also from this packet information that we did not get a commitment from anybody before we spent that money that we would be reimbursed. That's where I am. Auden?
Yeah, I think this is this is an important question, but it's the least important one of the list you have, and we should spend the least amount of time because it fully depends, the question depends on what we approve for development in that area, what is allowed to happen. So I think there's also some other things the town might want if this parcel gets developed, such as a piece of parking, and that reimbursement issue could be rolled into that conversation. So I think it's not something that I will dismiss, but I think we have to get through the other pieces of that process here. We get back to that question.
I believe the town should be reimbursed to some reasonable extent. The town had an agreement, and I recommend everybody read Tom Smith's summary of the history of the town's dealings with the RFDC, and you will see that good people with a good objective and a bad business plan or no business plan and no legal contracts backing it up. In my opinion, not a good way to handle business. Nevertheless, the town went ahead when the CDC informed us they did not have the capacity to relocate the people living in the parks to replacement housing of some sort. The council, I was not on it, the council felt that because of health and safety reasons, they, based on the town manager's recommendation, that they wanted to go ahead with the redevelopment, and they did agree to go ahead without any contractual reimbursement to take the expense and time and effort to relocate those inhabitants, which was done very successfully, retaining almost all of them within the valley. That, to me, says the town is owed some reimbursement. We did go into it wide open, our eyes wide open. The council members' comments from that meeting at the time, we've looked at the minutes, made clear they understood there was no contractual obligation for reimbursement. But that being said, this was always a handshake deal among gentlemen, gentlewomen, trying to achieve a good outcome. And I think that has not changed. I don't say we need to expect $2.5 million, but we had a study by our municipal finance expert, Bruce Kimmel, last year, and based on $75,000 of 75,000 square feet of building, that we should get a $1.5 million reimbursement and $1 million in development fees and permits, which would come out to $2.5 million. And he did one for 35,000 and then no fee. And obviously we got less, but still a substantial expectation of some substantial reimbursement. I would agree with Auden that I could see forgiving some of that for the acquisition of parkland that the town does not currently own. And we've had an election. Very narrowly, the electorate decided they were not willing to buy the entire parcel. But I could see striking a deal with the developer or the CDC, forgiving some of that investment the town made if we got some land, and I could see doing some partnership on the parking.
Thanks, Bernie. Gary, are you prepared to speak?
I mean, to me, this should be number 7. I kind of agree with that. It's like, we gotta really, figure out what is gonna get developed, what kind of development. And then, it is a partnership to work with the developer and the CDC to go, what are we gonna get? What are they gonna get? And then you can figure out the reimbursement. I don't think we're prepared to say that we're gonna forgive the whole thing or ask for the whole thing. I'm not prepared to do.
I do agree that there should be some level of reimbursement, and for me, all of this fully depends on some sort of bifurcation with the park parcel for Basalt. It doesn't come down to parking, it doesn't come down to the level of development. It comes back to the CDC's willingness to bifurcate the parcel.
Thanks, Jen.
So we'll jump in the rest since everybody wants
That's
it.
great.
Okay, so then, the next kind of question was the general level, I'm gonna tie them a little bit together, but kind of the general location, well, let's do the general level of development. So kind of the answer that we have been hearing is that, Resolution 9, 2016, and the model was showing 55,000 square feet of development. And so that's kind of our answer. This particular model showed, 40,000 square feet of a hotel and, 15,000 square feet of an office. The CSC zone district, the model pretty closely followed the zone district that we prepared. The P&Z and the town council kind of did some modifications of the district, kind of based on what they're learning from the model. And for example, there's 3 stories are permitted, but the 3rd story has to be pulled back. It has to be pulled back on the 2 river side, and then on the river side, it's supposed to be pulled back, but if you kind of demonstrate that you're gonna interfere with view planes and trails, that there's an opportunity for everyone to waive. So is everybody kind of good? And right now, we're talking about the building parcel itself, which, actually, James is kind of working. The building parcel itself is kind of the white area on this map. That was initially set in Resolution 19, 2015, and repeated again in several different resolutions. So everybody generally okay with the 55,000 square feet pursuant to the CSC zone district. And then I'm going to talk about the polygon separately, so keep in mind that that question's a separate question.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, I think that general number has been returned to over and over again, Resolution 9, and in that ballpark, I'm comfortable with that.
Bernie?
Yes, I supported it when I was on council that passed the resolution. I think it's substantial development, but it certainly is very modest compared to what was initially considered, and it leaves, the main thing is it leaves the visual V of the river from downtown to the river intact, preserves that. The polygon is something that we can talk about later, that could be a joint venture or something, to me is separate. I'd like to see it some public access and some kind of building or development activity kind of center. I don't need to get into any more details than that.
Okay.
Yes, sticking with what it is, Resolution 19, Resolution 9, no greater. Gary?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna get stuck on exactly 55,000 square feet, but, that's, after all the work we did with the models and everything else, somewhere in that range, I can live with that.
And I would have to agree with Jen's comment of no greater than 55. I'm much more interested in the uses.
Okay, so then the next question, we're kind of getting into the polygon issue, and everybody knows where the polygon is, right? The polygon's created by, we have the building line here, and we had the dock line here, which was protecting what we call the big V. So here was the big V, here's a polygon, and this is this 0.34 acres. When polygons have been the subject of a lot of discussion, this map's just kind of showing at one time, a study that DHM did on the polygon. We've had, before we had the election, there was a lot of discussion about, was before we voted on the ballot question, whether, there was some discussion about whether the polygon should be part of the private development or part of the park development. So that's really what A is should the polygon be used as restaurants and meeting rooms that are kind of associated with a commercial development like the hotel? So that was one option. B is location for the art base. You know, there's, the art base has done some programming effort. They've done some drawings for, you know, using the 99 Midland building, which is where they currently are occupied. There's, you know, been some discussion that the council has to regroup on of, you know, maybe the town's gonna need that space. So using the CDC property for the art base has been brought up as a very viable option. C is combining A and B into one building. You know, you could have restaurants and meetings rooms on one floor, and you could have the art base either on the first and second floor, you know, that type of thing. Or D, some public purpose building other than the art base, and of course there's obviously, you know, the no building too, but those are kind of the four options that we put in the memo. This was, you know, the drawing that Harry Teague did, that was kind of these food court, that's kind of the restaurant thing in the polygon area. We ended up, because the numbers were so big on that, not including it in the bond.
Can you go back one?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Is that a skier up there? Just checking.
It's a
Kidding,
drone.
Susan.
I think it is a drone. These are just some drawings from the art base. This particular drawings are, if it was at 99 Midland, but, you know, I've been informed that you could essentially take this building and put it on the polygon. It might go a little bit into the building parcel, but this is about 10,000 square feet. This is another view of the art base. This was just what was in the bond, which in the bond, all we did was we said that it had to be supporting uses in the polygon, and we put a small restroom facility in there. So, what?
You're not showing an open option.
Oh,
It's been an open, you're not even presenting it as an option. That was an option.
and obviously there, as Mark Kosinski is pointing out, there's obviously the option of not putting anything in, but the option that I was just showing you, the last option was putting restroom facilities in there. Now, we're not asking for a definitive opinion here again. We're just kind of, gee, these are things that I'm willing to explore, or absolutely not, because we don't want to spend any time or effort on doing it if we're not. Part of this is, it kind of gets to that next question of the big V, of how do we protect the big V, and do we want to protect more than the big V? It kind of gets back into those questions. It's not unrelated.
Jen?
Sure. Polygon, I definitely do not want to see any parking utilized on that space, and I would like to revert back to what was acceptable on the ballot question.
Gary, are you?
I've been trying to think of what, I mean, really truly to me, this is part of an overall plan of what is gonna actually get developed on the parcel next door, and are we gonna make this a park on the other side? And then you can kind of then work to, what do you wanna do in the polygon? Because I can't choose one of those right now.
Jen?
And for me, it fully comes back onto bifurcation with the park parcel, and if the CDC is willing to do that.
Pardon?
I think that what I'm trying to do here, my thinking is, there's a group of people that want a lot of park, and there's others who want some more development. And I think if you looked at this polygon and said, hey, what would be a public serving use that would be some level of development that would help the community, and you had a brew pub there or art base, but I don't think we can say, yeah, art base goes there. I don't know what the financing on that looks like. I would be okay with meeting rooms combined with brew pub or restaurant that's affiliated with the hotel, And that would be a way, I think, to get at protecting that park parcel. So I'm more supportive of something bigger there than just bathrooms, to complement the next door parcel and to ensure we get the park. I will say, I'm not married to the big V design-wise, but it seems like that's where the momentum is, so I'm fine with it.
Thanks, Auden.
I guess I basically agree with Auden's statement. That I don't know about any of these specifics, but I would entertain most things. But I think I would demand public access be well-defined and retained.
Thanks, Bernie. I tend to believe that the polygon should be public use, at the very minimum, public access, as Bernie says. And I can't even fathom parking there. Yeah.
Question. When you say public use for my own education, what do you mean by that?
I say owned by the public or nonprofit, I guess I would consider, I would be the opposite of privately owned and not allowed by public access.
Okay, so it's uses, it could be, nonprofit kind of center or something like that, but it's not just open space.
Right.
Okay.
I mean, it could be open space. I'm not eliminating that as a public use.
So public use, though, you do mean government, you have a particular meaning for that, because like a restaurant, no one keeps someone out of a restaurant.
How
But
does
you-
this, how is it defined by planning? How have we been defining it?
Define which word.
Public use.
Public purpose building.
Well, we actually were thinking that public purpose building, when we were doing the bond, if you had the food court that was serving food, that could be a public purpose use that was supporting the public.
Okay.
I was more looking what you know, but that's how we were looking at it, that, and we were thinking that even the art base would be a public purpose use, and you could certainly get that use, kind of flowing into the park and having events and.
So
Yep.
I'm at public use, the way you're defining
Okay,
it, or
that's good.
nothing. I don't,
Okay.
you
Okay,
know,
that's fine.
I'm with Jen on the, kind of what we've envisioned was half
Okay.
and half.
All right. The next piece, and I don't actually have a slide for this, but it gets to the uses question. And like I said, we've had some discussions with Jim DeFrancia. He still has a hotel use in mind for the project, and his way of financing that is through a condominium financing tool. And in the CSC zone district, we did have a lot of criteria of how do you use it as a financing tool that really get a hotel unit to function as a hotel. It's gotta look like a hotel, operate, be available for the public. And this was a kind of a sticking point for the council when we were looking at this previously. That's why I bring it to your attention. When we asked Jim, of course, we don't have him here, he's actually on his way to either Panama or, someplace fun. But is the council willing to explore? His option of doing a condominium hotel is just straight residential condominium. So, that's his kind of his option. And, from our perspective, we thought that, that we could see a hotel project that was financed as a condominium hotel, that really looked and operated as a hotel, and we were wanting to check in with you. I mean, I used to stay in South Florida. It's a common tool. You don't really know at all when you're there that it's a condominium hotel, because it looks like a real hotel, operates like a hotel. And if you guys are willing to entertain a land use application that looks at that, at a condominium hotel.
So I would urge council to accept that use. And the reason is, my understanding of council's concern around a condominium hotel is that one day the lights go out and someone who owns that condo says, I'm moving in for 2 weeks a year and it's not used. But that can be, we can determine that through how we regulate that parcel and say, no, it has to operate like a hotel. So if we did accept condo hotel, I think we'd put in a rule that says this has to operate like a hotel. And there would be no difference at all between hotel and condo hotel, other than the project was possible and financeable. So I don't have any problem with it. I'm happy to support a rule, however we structure that says it has to run like a hotel, and that could happen in perpetuity. It would never not run like a hotel. And I would urge council to support that. It's the same as a hotel.
Bernie?
I would certainly entertain a condo hotel, but I don't know what that really means. I need to know what that really looks like, and I am not as optimistic as Auden that you can simply write a rule that it has to be maintained in perpetuity like that. There's complex ownership interests. There's the hotel management company. There's many complexities to it, and let me just say, I have no objection to going down that road and looking at it, but I really need to know, I need to see the whole elephant from every position.
Right. Gary, or?
My biggest concern when we were talking about condo hotel was, how do you figure it out? So I would be very interested in see what the details of figuring that out. Because, yeah, if it operates like a hotel, how you finance it is not the biggest concern to me. But it's, you know, it's one of those things where I'm just leery of it, because I just can't I didn't understand it from what they were talking about it before, and it would have to be explained.
So, disclosure, this weekend, I spent some time at the Gant, and I went into some units, and it was just on my own. And a condo hotel is different than a hotel. Each of the units can have its own decor, and can be kept at various different levels of finishes. That said, I'm still not comfortable with condo hotel concept. There's too many concerns there. It's considered a not up-to-date ownership or business model. Airbnb, we're in the 2017, lodging is being shook up tremendously, and from the youthful perspective, in my time, when I'm in my late 40s, early 50s, 60s, when condo hotel or timeshare interests are sold, or for the international financial investment, that model is becoming outdated. And we really, as a community, need to think in the long term, think forward, and that's what I'm here to represent for Basalt, is the long vision, and I don't see a condo hotel serving Basalt's interest in the long vision.
Thanks, Jen. Well, I have been, I think, pretty consistent for the last couple of years in my vision, and that is, I feel like I work for the community and not for development interests. And I believe if I went out and asked the community members, would you think it would be more fun to have a condo hotel on the park, or have an event center, a concert center, restaurants, places to rent river toys, private weddings, public events? I'm pretty sure what my answer would be, and this is where I have been since the beginning. So I have pretty much listed out what I desire and that I believe the community desires. And if there is some way to fit that together with something else to help subsidize it, I would be open to that. But for me, we don't do development in towns for developers. We look at developments for the good of the community, or we shouldn't be looking at them at all. So I'm open to all different things, but I think it needs to be accessible to our community and someplace where people can go and take their families, or see a concert, et cetera. And I think we are really, really missing that in this town, and I hear it from lots of people, so. Yeah.
I guess I didn't understand whether you would consider a condo hotel of up to 55,000 square feet on that area we've delineated or not. I don't know whether you're open to that specific use on that. I've heard you say the public uses, but I just wanted,
Well, I guess, let me try to make it more clear. As long as there are the majority of public access uses, I would entertain something else along with it, as long as it didn't, go past the half of the parcel and the approximately 50,000 feet we've been talking about since forever.
so you would even include a possibility of a condo hotel? Sorry to put you on
Maybe.
the spot,
No,
but that's
maybe.
kind of the,
Maybe. I guess my issue is that I know that when we start talking about condo hotel, it tends to take up much more of the space and starts requiring large amounts of parking, whereas we've talked to special events people, wedding people, and many others who have talked about the fact that if you're doing events or restaurants, people are willing to take transit, take a bus, take a shuttle, and when you're living someplace or sleeping someplace, you got your dog and your luggage, and it's not as likely that you are going to want anything except for parking on site.
So is that a good
That's-
segue to parking?
Sure, that's a good
Well,
segue.
Wait, I got
Wait,
one more
Aden's got-
quick comment. I just, your comment about you're working for the community, we're not working for the developer, but I feel like I wanna build out the park that we own for sure and make it a park as soon as possible. I agree with you. But I also would like to see something happen on this parcel. And in order for that to happen, we're gonna have to offer up something that a developer can do to get what the community wants, which is a park and a restaurant or whatever. So that's why I'm being more forceful here on this. And I think a good question we could figure out, Jen, I don't know if you got the answer to this, but I'm curious what the occupancy of the Gantt was in the peak seasons we've had, at Christmas and I bet it was 100% or 95%. And I honestly don't know. I'm not hip to what is cool housing these days, but what is? If you say a condo hotel is no longer relevant, what is? Is it something like the Limelight? And my concern is we could want the Limelight, but I'm not sure how a developer would finance that. That'd be two questions. You don't have to answer now, you may not have the answer, but what was the occupancy of the Gantt? If it was 96%, that means those are hotbeds and they're turning over, regardless of whether people have leather chandeliers in the rooms. And then what are the alternatives? What else is out there that's considered cool to millennials?
Yes,
Well,
ma'am.
I'm gonna turn that back on you and just change the wording as far as financing goes. Why is it stuck on condo hotel is the way to go for financing? Maybe there's other developers out there. Maybe there's other ways of financing it that do not impact and define it as a condo hotel. And we need to not marry ourselves to, or not ourselves, and also reflect to developers and applicants. There's the various ways.
Right, and I think that because we've gotten so stuck on yes or no on condo hotel, it's because this particular developer, it is the linchpin, and he has been very transparent about it.
Right.
He's been very transparent about what he needs to make this worth his while, and parking too. So maybe we could move on to parking.
But
Okay, and then
Bernie, you have something?
this one, then this one, then this one.
and then me, yeah.
Okay, so, and I'm not saying, hey, it's gotta be a condo hotel. All I'm saying is let's be open to that. Let's put that as, hey, if they wanna come in for this, that's a thing that they could come in for, and we wouldn't laugh it out of the room. Just as working for a company that has done some development, we know that we couldn't afford to build a traditional hotel on that property. You need some way of selling stuff to get your capital investment back, so you're not just trying to sell hotel rooms and get it back. So that's the reason. I'm not saying that's the answer, but I don't want to rule it out.
Okay,
Madam Mayor,
yeah, and then Bernie, well,
question.
tie
or-
goes to
you
the
know,
runner,
whichever.
whatever.
You had mentioned if there were public functions. So if the polygon were developed as a public function and the other portion of land was developed for park purposes, not to put words in your mouth, but then there could be some private development on the parcel we're talking about, be it 55,000 square feet as a condo hotel, or some other private type development that may complement, and I would think at that location, needs to complement the downtown, because that's where it is. And obviously, it's the transition from the downtown to the river, but is that what I'm hearing you say?
Possibly,
Okay.
Bernie.
Well, let's look at our, what we are left with is the CDC is left owning the land because we did not buy it from them. How long are we going to string this process out? I mean, they are a nonprofit. They had a nonprofit motive. They wanted to at least get paid back, which is reasonable. At what time, what is this, 2 years into this process and we still haven't come up with a solution? I would add another choice, and that is if we cannot agree on a condo hotel, clearly we cannot demand things that don't make a profit to a developer who can't afford to buy the land from the landowner. That's not going to happen. It's not realistic. I'm comfortable with this. If the condo hotel doesn't look like we want it long-term, would we be willing to accept some smaller level of pure residential development that a developer could develop less than 55,000 square feet? Obviously, condominiums come to mind as the most obvious, appropriate. I mean, I don't think we want super expensive townhomes there. That's not going to give us any real population growth. But I would like to see that as another choice for the council, a fallback choice maybe for the council to include in their discussions.
Well, I think one of the things that Jen has been saying, and this is something that I've not only thought, but actually spoken to Mr. Pugh about, is the idea of bifurcating that parcel and finding a way to buy half of it. We've got some work to do on the existing public parcel along the river to develop the park, but I have reason to believe that the counties might entertain conversation again to buy half of it. I mean, really, we realize that the taxpayers aren't willing to participate in that, at least at not the level they thought they were going to have to, but that doesn't mean it couldn't be purchased, because I think if you take, let's say, for instance, you take off reimbursement conversation and you take off an exaction of half the parcel, that leaves the ability to do something less in order to still make a profit. But if you have to buy the whole parcel, you're going to have to do more to make a profit. Jen?
I fully agree with Jackie, and that has been our action, is recovery. In the last year, it's been about in the last 3 months, our drumbeat has been about financial recovery, and we have gone leaps and bounds to ensure that we are in a financially more stable place. And we made those cuts for 2017, and that is painting us in a much more stable and healthy position. So that is our first step that we've gotten to. So therefore, it comes back to CDC, and I agree with Jackie, of we are in a position to be able to purchase half of the property. Therefore, that reduces the cost for a prospective developer to consider of the final cost and what needs to be financed. So I think that needs to be option, I don't know what letter we're on here, but that needs to be added on there as well. That's my theme that I'm just going to keep coming back to is, CDC, will you please bifurcate?
Quick, short comment.
Sure.
I think, hey, great idea. I think what should come out of this is a roundtable meeting with the various parties where we can air some of this out and say, figure some of these questions out. That would be great. Just a last comment per Bernie's. I really think we shouldn't be doctrinaire here and stuck in, well, we can't have any residential, because another way out of this would be to say, okay, do a standard hotel, but nothing's free. You've got to make it viable for a developer. You might have to allow 6 condos or something. So I just would urge council to not, we're trying to get something the community wants here, which it might be a big chunk of park parcel, a big chunk, and then a way cut back development than was what was first proposed. Let's not be doctrinaire.
Bernie?
That's right, what he said. Let's keep our options open, but let us have a realistic financial framework and business plan, which this project did not have, okay, and has not had. And whatever we do, there are many options, and you're right, you brought up some good points, Jen. But let's make sure they are mapped out clearly, and that we bring some financial consulting in to give us some reality check on these, because you made a good point. We turned it around, we stopped the hemorrhaging of the general fund reserve, and we brought it back to balance. But the financial forecasts that we've looked at have assumed some significant level of reimbursement to the town of that $2.5 million to keep our reserves intact, and we will not know what that looks like until we start on that in March, when we completely revise the old, outdated, and unrealistic 5-year financial forecast. That will tell us what our reserves are going to be looking at and what our expected expenditures. So I think it's coming together at the right time, but we will have good financial information to make any decision.
Davis?
The point I would make, and I think this conversation is hopefully doing that, is that the logjam, if you will, needs to be loosened up, broken, roundtable conversation. I mean, at some level, at a great level, this is a kind of a, I don't want to say public-private partnership, but that's what's happened. That's how it's evolved in my limited knowledge. So giving the applicants, if you will, an opportunity to understand what might be acceptable. Obviously, you're not going to tell them everything, because that's not the way it traditionally works, but they can feel comfortable to bring something forward and know it's not they're just shooting blind. They bring an application, you go, nope, don't like that one, don't like that one. They need to have some sense of what might be successful.
I think that's a good idea to some extent. I would like to at least get through this parking quickly, just to make sure that, we get it out on the table, since we did bother to do this.
Yeah, and actually, I was just gonna make a statement on the parking, and that is that they're gonna have to meet their parking requirement. We determined that through the land use process. The thing that we were flagging here was that, to the extent that if they are able to provide additional parking, there are financing tools that Bruce Kimmel had gone over before. And that's more of a statement than a real discussion. But since we only have 5 minutes, because I wouldn't mind talking a little bit about next steps, like you want the roundtable discussion, but it's important when it's number 6, which was, and I had framed it as, how do you protect the big V? What ideas, obviously we can come to you with ideas, but we wanted to know from your perspective what you wanted to consider. What I've heard here is that there's 2 counselors that don't want to solely talk about the big V, but they would like to talk about including the polygon in that in terms of public ownership. So we've heard from 2 counselors. Maybe we could hear from others in terms of your ideas about how to protect the big V or the entire polygon.
Just quickly before we go there, I just wanted to say that I didn't necessarily say I would be supportive of a roundtable, because I'm not sure I would be. I feel like this is a pretty good venue. But what I would say is that if there was a developer out there that didn't want to spend $500,000 on a complete submittal, to have even bubble diagram conversations submittal. I just feel like we need something real to have a conversation about submitted by an applicant. Because I think we've been doing this for a long time, going down the line. What will you accept? What will you accept? And it's not that effective. I mean, it may be that the folks in the audience got an idea from us, but I really would say if I were a developer, I would not want to spend the money for a full-on, fully fleshed out application, but I think we need something to, yeah, Jen.
I piggyback with you on that, Jackie, and I support you with that because Lowe has experienced this before. And this is, I get what we're doing here is they're attempting to not replicate the public outcry and the backtrack that has occurred in the past. And I look forward to the time when the public has the opportunity to weigh in on this. And fully out there, we as the council cannot define how the public and what the public feeling is on this because there hasn't been public comment since, if you want to take the vote, the ballot measure of a possible financing bond measure to take out money to purchase the RFCDC, there has not been an organized public speaking opportunity. And so that is to be expected.
Right. Yes, Bernie.
Well, I'm kind of arguing from your position that if you want essentially public uses and mostly park, then that should be on the table as an alternative with some economic analysis as to what that would cost the town and what would be the impact of that. And I'm saying, fine, bring it out there with these other things, and let's let the public look at it. And because I think you and Jen have suggested you basically want mostly park and all, tell me if I'm wrong, and all public uses. Is that correct or not?
Where I am is,
No,
I would
okay.
like to see what we sent to the ballot, basically a 50-50 split with the public owning the park parcel, including the polygon, and some level of development on the other half. And you know what? We only got, seriously, 30 seconds because our real meeting starts at 6:15, and I don't really want to make people wait for us.
Well, that clarifies it. I didn't understand.
Okay. Any last second? Yeah.
In terms of, just to hit on a couple of these points, one, you sort of described a roundtable when you say, hey, if someone comes in with a bubble pitch on generally what they want, and Jen, what you said, that would be a roundtable. We'd have this conversation in public, let people comment. I don't know why we wouldn't do that. I really would like to move this forward, and that kind of open dialogue is just what the community wants. On parking, I would absolutely 100% support some type of tax increment financing or whatever it takes to get a little bit of parking for the town in this, if that were an opportunity. And then in terms of protecting park portions of CDC, there are a lot of opportunities there. It could be that some of what's owed to us is waived in exchange for the parcel, and then the parcel gets put a conservation easement put on it, and we recoup some money that way. So there's some creative stuff. Again, I think this would come out in a conversation.
Okay, this work session is over. Please be back at 6:15 as close as possible. Thanks, guys. evening. Could we get a roll call, please, Pamela?
Certainly. Gary Tenenbaum. Jennifer Riffle.
Here.
Katie Schwer. Jackie Whitsitt.
Here.
Mark Kittle.
Here.
Ernie Grauer.
Here.
Auden Schendler.
Here.
All right, majority
Thanks,
of you are
Pam.
here.
First item is the consent agenda. Are there any questions about the consent agenda, or is there a motion?
Motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, thank you. Council comments, reports, disclosures, and et cetera.
I will start.
Jennifer?
Okay, I am the council chair or council representative on the Basalt Emergency Management Committee. And Eagle County is so generous as to provide a full.
Just one second. Excuse me. We've got somebody trying to speak up here. Could we just give her some silence? Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, so Eagle County is generously offering to do a full-scale exercise in Basalt regarding flooding, and considering it being what we could likely experience would be a frying pan in Roaring Fork Rivers, which would impact the town of Basalt. So this exercise would simulate, there's not actually going to be water flowing, but all the protocol behind severe damage to public and private infrastructure in Basalt, Eagle County, and Pitkin counties. So numerous evacuations and need for sheltering. And the exercise will evaluate the notification systems, evacuation procedures, emergency measures, and support services. Along with it, a safety fair is going to accompany the exercises, along with demonstrations of shelter and feeding services, hazard safety and mitigation presentations, such as sandbagging. And there is going to be a kickoff meeting for the planning just within our Basalt emergency on Wednesday, February 22nd at the fire station in Elgibel. And this is in partnership with the Red Cross, Eagle County, Pitkin County, Town of Basalt, Basalt Police, Basalt Fire. This is a large unified exercise. I'm very, very supportive of it. This is a fantastic opportunity. And Eagle County is looking for some financial partnership with the town of Basalt to the tune of around $1,000. And I have spoken with Judy and Chief Knott, and we do have designated funds that can be utilized for this.
Great.
So just wanted to keep you all abreast of that. The exercise will occur sometime in May. On another note, regarding our town manager search, I've been notified that there has not been a meeting to discuss the salary and benefits to be advertised. I am supportive of the salary range and basic benefits included, not limited to group insurance, 10 paid holidays, sick leave, paid vacation, 401k, and some town offered housing. We do have 2-bedroom unit and a 3-bedroom unit coming online. That depends on the number in the household, in my perspective of this, or housing stipend. So I would like to just put it out there that we as a council haven't discussed this, and I'd like to let it be known that I'm not supportive of the previous technology or travel allowances provided, and request downplaying the offerings going forward with the advertising of the position. I am supportive of the town offering a cell phone and reimbursement for travel on town business. I do request that the sick leave policy buyback be the same as what all the other town employees are offered. And so the point being that the town needs to consider if providing the exact same benefits, including relocation and housing assistance, as previously is agreeable. And so I'd like to put it forth that it should not be assumed that it's the exact same, thus marrying the town from the get-go. And I look forward to further clarifying with all of you and with our search firm Peckham and McKinney. And maybe we can find time this evening or now for each of us to state what our vision is there. As well, being the council representative with BAC, the Basalt Affordable Community Housing. So there's several new units coming under ownership and purview of Town of Basalt, and administration of the units is a topic of consideration. In Bach, we've had the question, is current affordable housing guidelines for prioritizing town-owned units in need of amending? So also clarifying, is this an employee affordable housing program for the town of Basalt, or is it a community affordable housing program? And that's something for us to consider, and really, I invite you all to start thinking that over, to provide Bach some direction if we want to change the policy there. Looking at, we have been active in multi-jurisdictional housing authority talks with many key players attending, so that being RAFTA, SKICO, the school district, APSHA, Eagle County, Pitkin County, and from that, what was recently discussed is the possibility of APSHA, the Aspen Pitkin housing, have strengths that they could bring to the table, that they could potentially provide administration help for deed-restricted units as well as property management. Because this is the snake eats its tail situation where we have more units coming onto the line, and the question that I first asked you to consider about, is this a town employee affordable housing program or is this a community housing program? The big hiccup that comes in there is the town does not have the staff to administer a community program. And so looking at APSHA as a possible partner for providing some of the administration and property management, and possibly seeing what that would cost or what that partnership would look like. There have been some fantastic partnerships with APSHA, so they helped obtain the tax credit support by becoming a special limited partner for the Real America Housing Project. I think we're all really excited about that. And Eagle County staff as well, since we straddle both of those county lines, as it was mentioned in our work session earlier, is Eagle County commissioners are considering activating a citizen housing committee, that there will be a representative from the town of Basalt and unincorporated Eagle County to speak towards the affordable housing needs in the Roaring Fork Valley side of Eagle County. And then as well, it's also exciting to see Bach look at the possibility of working towards a valley-wide needs assessment for an intergovernmental agreement regarding affordable housing and administration, land banking, etc., and utilizing the support of RAFTA's mobility data, which is currently being gathered and possibly accessible by the end of 2017. I have a couple more. Art Base and TACA. This is an invitation for these two arts entities to collaborate much further in order for success of either they're stronger together than individually. I want the arts to prosper in Basalt. I really do. We have amazing programming. We have amazing organizations here. And maybe we can marry the visual with the performance. So before the TACA Willits feasibility study returns in May, I want to reflect my perplex of why these two entities are working individually and not together. So I myself, with other counselors, have considered the merit of an independent legal review of the Willits Arts RETA, clarifying use of funds in surrounding Basalt area, and further detail of exactly what the RETA funds can and cannot be utilized for. So it's our obligation to ensure the public's funds are applied appropriately and judiciously. So consider this as a two-pronged approach of vetting applicants and certifying appropriate use. I look forward to bringing a further detailed to council. And as far as committees and boards, for all of you in the public that are here and would like to be involved, we have openings on Planning and Zoning, Parks, Open Space and Trails, Basalt Affordable Housing Commission, and the Basalt Green Team. So we really would love your involvement, and thanks for considering it. Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, I have a couple of quick ones. I always have to circle back and thank Grassroots for helping us with our programming, and we are shown live, and then you can also find us on, say it, www.grassroots.org. You can find us, right. Also, tomorrow morning and every Wednesday morning following a regular meeting, I'm available to have coffee with whoever wants to. We have been downtown at Sexy's for 5 years, and we are going to start having coffee with the mayor at Starbucks, at least for a while, to see if anybody out there wants to talk. Also, just to go back a little bit to what Jen said, during our work session, we had a really good meeting with the Eagle County Commissioners. They came over here and sat here with us, and the gist of that whole meeting was that all of us want to work more closely together on land use issues and transportation studies, and really get we won't be reviewing projects together, but we do want to make sure that our land use regs don't step on each other's land use regs, so that's going to happen. My council comments are really that there was an issue in our packet here, but I just wanted to explain it a little bit. There's transportation enabling legislation going before it has passed the House committee and is in the Senate committee. It was in the Senate committee today. I don't know how it came out, but basically there has been a 10-year program to where local jurisdictions could go to their citizens and ask them if they would be willing to pass a property tax for transportation. Our particular area is maxed out on sales tax, which means that if RAFTA needs to grow, which if we keep approving developments, RAFTA needs to grow, it cannot grow if we do not get this property tax enabling legislation. Doesn't mean we have to ask for it, it doesn't mean we get it, but it gives us the ability for the next 10 years to be able to go ask the voters if they would be willing. Last week, I also drove to Denver for the Colorado Municipal League Legislative Workshop, and part of the reason is that I wanted to see what else we are not paying attention to. So I will try to keep us a little bit updated, because the decisions that are made at the state legislature have potentially huge impacts on us, good or bad. So I will try to keep us updated. And if there's no other council comments, I will call on Nick Sen for underpass update. If anybody doesn't know, we're building an underpass under the highway.
Yes, that's our big goal.
Okay.
Nick, you're losing to GR on the Bushy.
Yeah, well, yes. We were in competition, and for Valentine's Day, I had to trim my back, so.
Oh, yeah.
But you're hanging out with us.
Yes, and that was the offset, is come to a meeting, but I had to trim my beard, so.
Okay, thanks for coming.
Thank you, Jackie. My name's J.R. Fielding. I'm the county engineer for Picken County, and I'm serving as your regional engineer for the Basalt Underpass project. And with me today is Nick Sen, the project engineer for the project. And we're going to do a schedule update, a bit of an update on some of the hotline calls that we've gotten, that we've worked through some of the issues on. And
Can you say what is a hotline call?
so with every project on a state highway, as you're driving out, it says, "Thank you. If you have any questions or comments, call this number." And believe it or not, we do get a number of phone calls to that number. And we'll go through that here in a moment. But we have that, and we also have Bob Schultz, who has been on the ground and going and shaking hands with a lot of your constituents and taking their comments as well. And then we will also talk through a little bit more with the schedule and some quality control items that we deal with on a project like this. So with that, Nick?
So, in general, we want to check back in with you guys right before we're going to move the highway again. And so we're probably imminently getting ready to push the highway now to the north side and build the other half of the box. We're probably 3 or 4 weeks away, but we just wanted to let you guys know that that's going to happen. And again, when we move the highway, that's that giant point of confusion for not only your constituents, but everybody driving through the community. on their way up to work in Aspen is gonna drive through a confusing few days. And we typically, on that hotline, and our general feedback that we get from people is whenever we switch traffic, there's always confusion and problems. So what I passed around this evening is a quick little thing that we're gonna post on the town's website that tries to give a narrative of how that traffic switch is gonna happen. But just to let you guys know, it's probably about a 3 or 4 day process, and basically, everything you see out there is kind of gonna be shifted to the opposite side, and we have to move the barrier, we have to move all the stripes. Striping people will come back from out of state to stripe the highway again. It's kind of an elaborate process, and we also have very tight restrictions on 82 of when we can and can't work. And so basically, in the down valley, we need to be done by 3 o'clock every day. In the morning, we can't mess with the up valley traffic. And so this juggling all this stuff to happen to be, we could probably do it in 1 day if we could use a whole day, but we can't. So it's gonna take a while to get it done. Again, 3 or 4 weeks out, so mid-March is probably when we'll see that.
A couple quick notes about that. Before we went into the configuration that we're in now, we did do a bit of PR outreach, and we did some radio spots on a couple different local radio stations, both in Spanish and in English. And we'll plan on doing that along with the information that Judy passed out and Nick just discussed.
So next thing, I would say that, just to let you guys know what's happening with our hotline, we are getting a lot of calls about striping, and we are fully aware of our problem. As you may know, the CDOT does put out a lot of mag chloride during the winter, and so when they put that on, that temporary striping that is just supposed to be there for a short period basically gets worn off by those heavy salts. And so we have been on a weekly basis out painting stripes back in by hand, and we're gonna be out there again Thursday to try to do it by hand again.
Is that why you're here to ask us for?
No,
No.
and so this is just part of the project. We're just, it's been very cumbersome, and we have been getting a lot of calls and confusion. Again, if your constituents are asking, we are trying to maintain this on a weekly basis. Basically, if it rains or snows, that means we can't touch it and can't do anything because the paint won't stick to the surface. And when we are painting, it's so salty out there, it's not really sticking for that long. And so we are just literally going out and doing the same thing over and over and over again, just so that everybody has an idea what's happening. We tried to do it right before X Games, and on every nice snap of weather, we're trying to line up stripers to come and do that work. So it's been a big issue with the hotline, just so you guys are aware of that. So in general, the getting out to where we're at and how we're progressing is that the job's going relatively well. We have had some minor hiccups lately. And if you went to your website, you saw that we have a really cool stop motion photo as they place the tops of the box on the other day by our resident photographer on the project. But we found out just recently that those tops are actually done incorrectly. And so we have a problem with what they deliver to the project, and we're trying to work out both with CDOT and a couple independent testing labs in Denver to see if we can keep those tops. We think we're working through this, but basically that's put us a couple weeks behind schedule. So in the big picture, we're a little bit behind where we should be right now in the middle of the project, but for the project as a whole, I'm not too worried about us opening the box by the start of school, and we'll finish the project just as we're supposed to in October. So just in general, that's why if you've been driving by and tracking what we're doing, we've had a little lull in activity recently, and that's kind of what's happening. But other than that, I think we'll get it resolved with CDOT. They've been really good partners helping us deal with this problem, and I think we have a solution, but we need some final paperwork and testing before we can get there. So in general, do you guys have any questions of Giara and I?
Thank you for coming, because I'm always curious what goes on under there. Questions? Yeah,
Just a
Jen.
comment, I want to thank you, and I'm very impressed with, on the onset of looking at the partnership and Pitkin County and you representing the town of Basalt's interests on the project management. Thank you. And I recognize what you're doing. I really appreciate the email a couple days ago of the heads up with the tops. So kudos.
No, and we like it, and we want to work together, and I think this is a great project and great to work with the town of Basalt as well. And I would say that staff has been very supportive of us, and so we've really enjoyed the project so far.
Thanks, GR. Nick.
All right, thank you.
Happy Valentine's Day.
Happy Valentine's Day.
Well, to find a cookie out there, I don't know. Yeah. Okay, our next item is for citizen comments that are not on the agenda. So if it's coming up on an agenda, if you can hold your comments, but if it's not on this agenda, please feel free to come up to the table here and join us. Okay.
I thought Roy was gonna.
Who?
Roy Trebavian was here to speak during
Roy
public
is here.
comment.
Roy, did you have a comment for something not on the agenda?
Yeah.
Okay, come on up. Hi, Roy.
Pardon?
Hello.
Hello. Welcome,
You
everyone.
just need to state your name if you
You know, I
could.
usually keep my mouth shut, but I've got a very dangerous situation where I live. I live up in the wilds. I've lived there 19 years, and my garage is across the street from me, and it's on a blind curve.
Whoa, careful.
Thank you.
And when I back out, or try to walk from my garage to my residence across the street, I've almost been hit a number of times. It's very dangerous, and it's really troublesome to me. So I went to my homeowners association in October, and I'll put this in the file. I wrote the homeowners president that there's a real dangerous situation. The town of Basalt has agreed to make, this was Mike Scanlon when he was still here, and install a sign, slow down cars backing out. They need your permission. If this is okay, please call Boyd Birnbaum, Public Works Director, at phone number. I've almost been hit a number of times on the blind curve, which is often blocked by parked cars in the adjacent driveway. Please let me know your decision, and if negative, the reason why. Your cooperation would be appreciated. And right at about that time, a couple of the units adjacent to me became rentals, and the guy next to me is a real nice guy, but he's a builder. He's got 2 extended cab pickups and an SUV. And if you look at that photograph, if there's 2 cars parked there, I can't see, and cars coming around a bend cannot see me. So basically, I've got a situation, and it's not your problem, but I'm being stonewalled at every turn by the homeowners for various reasons. And I'll put some stuff in the file. 2 years ago, I've got a membrane sod roof above my garage. It was leaking. I had Jim Wilson, the building inspector. He was very nice. A year and a half ago, he wrote a 15-page letter and said it's reached its life expectancy. It's a rubber membrane roof. And I gave that to the board of directors, and when I told the president, I called her up, and she told me 3 times I will not be bullied. Meanwhile, I went to another director, and he wouldn't listen to me, and his wife had to jump on his back. So I don't know how to handle it. I'm not making this up. I mean, that's some of the backstory. But anyway, about a month ago, I went to the, I was gonna file a small claims court case at the small claims in Elgibel, and Fred Ganna, who was a district court judge, was there, and he said the small claims court would probably not take this case. I think it's mostly monetary damages rather than directing someone to pursue something. So he said, I suggest you go to your homeowners, which I've done many times, or go to the town council, and even though it's a private road, you have a, it's a safety problem, and they should consider that. And I went to the homeowners meeting on December 27th, and I presented that issue, and I presented another issue where my garage wasn't fixed, and another issue where I had trouble with the management company, and when I was walking out, they told me this stuff isn't relevant, and here's the copy of the minutes of the homeowners, and they never even put it in the minutes. So, I mean, that's what I'm facing. I mean, that's the backstory here. So, basically, it's a real dangerous situation for me. It really bothers me, and it's troubling to my head. And I ask your cooperation if you can get the town to talk to the homeowners, and I had Chief Knott come up there about a month or two ago, and he looked and he said signage would appropriate. I said, would you write a letter to the homeowners? He said, no. He says, it's a private road. He said, I don't want to get involved. I said, well, if they called you, would you tell them that? He said, yes, but, you know, being on the ignore button with the homeowners, I didn't even tell him that. Then I talked to James Lint last week, and he said, I'd like to talk to the homeowners before you pursue anything fine. Then I talked to him this afternoon, and the property manager called him, and he said, first, that they didn't think this was a blind curve, and secondly, that if they put a sign for me, everyone else is gonna be requesting a sign. I mean, I think that's a bogus argument. Many years ago, in the early 2000s, Mike Gerbaz lived there. He had a couple of young kids, and he put a sign that the city made. He didn't have to jump through loops. John LaSalle had a real estate sign there for 15 years. He didn't have to jump through any loops. And I just have a difficult situation with my homeowners. It's not your problem, but I have a tremendous safety problem that's getting in my head, and I don't want to be hit or my car to be hit. And he asks your cooperation, and you can have James or Chief Knott, corroborate what I said. So I appreciate your cooperation.
Okay, thanks, Roy, for coming in. Yeah,
Can I put this in the file with someone, or?
sure.
Who, you?
I'll give it to Pam for the
Yeah, okay.
record.
This is the problems that I had, being acknowledged on anything.
Right.
And in fact, the president of homeowners had she didn't answer my phone calls, didn't answer my email. Then finally had the property manager say, and this was when my neighbor's car was parked there, and he subsequently went to Florida. He says, I said, can you get a hold of him? He said, look, you lived here a long time. Get a hold of him. He said, I'll give you a contact list, and then they're playing head games with me. So then I never got it. I had to call a second time, and they send me a wild homeowners. It just gives the names and what unit they're in, I mean, that's what I'm getting, head games. And it's a very dangerous situation, so I appreciate your cooperation.
Thanks, Roy. Is there any other?
And this will be just in the public record, and I'll give it to
Okay.
Pam.
Thanks, Susan.
That's just showing how I've been stonewalled,
Okay.
Are there any other
Thank you, Roy.
public comments for items not on the agenda? Okay, sounds like not. Items for council consideration. The first item is public hearing and selection of beneficiary for the 2017 Roaring Fork Club Charity Golf Tournament and additional third charity event. Susan?
Okay, this is a public hearing because this is the way it's set up in the Roaring Fork Club approval documents, and I think everybody knows that the golf tournament is looked at as one of the big benefits that the town negotiated out of the Roaring Fork Club approvals. We established the criteria and the process for how we were going to pick the beneficiary at our December 13th meeting. We advertised the opportunity for the Roaring Fork Charity Classic, and we had a selection committee that was made up of counselors Bernie Grauer, Mark Kittle, Jeff Hasley from the Roaring Fork Club. Raise your hand, Jeff. And they reviewed the three applications that we received, which was the Basalt Athletic Department, the Hope Center, and the Art Base. And the committee felt that all three applications really offered something great to the town. They ended up, it was really hard for them, but they ended up recommending that the Basalt Athletic Department receive the golf tournament beneficiary slot, but since they had such a hard time, they ended up recommending that the Hope Center and the Art Base jointly together be given the opportunity for the third event at the Roaring Fork Club. This is something that we negotiated with the Kendall approvals, but we've never actually implemented. There's three events. There's the golf tournament, the Taste of Basalt, and then this third opportunity. And Where we had been going, and we'd still like to pursue this, is to make that third event more into a kind of a community chest type of an opportunity, maybe work with the Aspen Community Foundation and allocate the funds to a number of nonprofits. But this seemed maybe a good way to kick this off and to offer it to the Hope Center and to the Art Base. So today, that's the recommendation, that's the motion. The motion is to effectuate that recommendation. And we have Diana Elliott and we have Sean Noonan from the athletic department that are here in case you have any questions. You know, the committee felt really comfortable that they could put on a good golf tournament because Diana Elliott has put a couple on before, and that there was a great need to assist the athletic department with the travel of their teams, and it would help project graduation. And also, I don't know, Jeff Hesley is the general manager from the Roaring Fork Club. He is here. He's got another representative of the club, and I don't know, Jeff, if you'd like to just say maybe something just real briefly.
Yeah, you actually, if we could ask you to come up, it is, we need you on the mics, or else the folks out in TV land just see your lips moving.
First of all, thanks for all the hard work you all do. I'm Jeff Hasley, General Manager of the Roaring Fork Club, and I'm so grateful there weren't 30 charities applying because we don't have enough days to put on that many events. But these 3 charities were all equally deserving, and they each give a different thing back to the community. And again, I'm humbled to have been asked to help select, and along with Councilman Kittle and Councilman Grauer.
Thank you so much for, making yourselves available for the community. We appreciate it.
So, thank you for the relationship.
Susan?
I just want to point out that before we have a motion,
it's a
remember
public
it's a
hearing.
public hearing.
I
Yes.
knew.
Yeah,
See.
okay. It doesn't hurt to point that out.
Oh,
Thank you.
Okay, first of all, does anybody have any questions for Diana or Sean before I open the public hearing? Okay, this is a public hearing for some reason, and I will open the public hearing at 6:50. Is there anyone who has any comments regarding this beneficiary selection? Hearing none, I will close the public hearing and go to council for comment, questions, or a motion. That's you guys.
I don't feel right making the motion since I was on the committee.
Same here.
Feel free.
Right, the reading is, Mayor, I motion to accept, sorry, I lost where, item 6A, public hearing and selection of the beneficiary of the 2017 Roaring Fork Club Charity Golf Tournament, an additional third charity event.
And then right below that.
I
And-
move.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, you take a meeting off and you lose it. I move that the town council ratify the selection committee's recommendations as outlined in the agenda information summary.
Is there a second? Great. Further discussion? My further discussion is to thank Bernie and Mark for participating in this. All we need is like extra work, right? So we really appreciate
This
it.
is fun work, though.
Yeah,
It is more fun. It is more
These
fun.
are 3 wonderful charities based in Basalt and just very deserving.
Yeah. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Great, thanks, guys. The next item is second readings of ordinances. This is public hearing and second reading, an ordinance of the town amending Article 5 to Chapter 6, Business Licenses and Regulations of the Municipal Code of the Town of Basalt, amending the license requirements for retail marijuana stores and amending the license requirements for medical marijuana centers and facilities to address miscellaneous operating improvements. Mr. James Lint and apparently Chief Nye.
Yes, thank you.
At first, I am going to recuse myself as I have been
Oh, correct.
historically.
Okay.
I will continue through with that.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Bye.
Councilwoman Riffle?
Great,
Go
thank
ahead
you.
and speak.
Yes, it's a continued public hearing and second reading on Ordinance 25 that would amend the marijuana regulations to format to clean up and format the accessibility of video surveillance for the police department, as well as to require perishables to be kept in a refrigerated facility, as well as to include a requirement for educational classes for managers and owners of marijuana establishments. At the last meeting on January 24th, the council approved the ordinance on first reading. Once again, this is not related to the buffers. This is just the cleanup items. So staff this evening would suggest taking public comment, providing council discussion, and approving the ordinance. Chief, you have anything to add? Sure.
Okay, this is a public hearing. We'll open the public hearing at 6:53. Is there anybody in the public that has any comments regarding this? Hearing none, we'll close the public hearing. Council? Anybody? Any discussion
I
or?
move the town council approve ordinance 25, series of 2016 on second reading.
Second.
Further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay, it passes, thank you.
Thank you.
The next item is, thank you, Chief James. 7B, public hearing and second reading of ordinance number 30, an ordinance of the town amending Article 5 of Chapter 6, Business Licenses and Regulations of the Municipal Code of the Town of Basalt, amending the license requirements for retail marijuana stores and amending the license requirements for medical marijuana centers and facilities to amend the marijuana buffer requirements. James.
Thanks. As the mayor indicated, this is also a continued public hearing and second reading of ordinance 30. Which would change the parks buffer from a 500-foot buffer to a 200-foot buffer for major parks. A little bit of history on it. In December, the council voted 3-3 on a buffer change, and then council made a motion to reconsider at a future meeting. The council then, in January, approved an ordinance on first reading that would change the buffer for parks from 500 feet to 200 feet. The staff has not changed the ordinance since first reading, so staff would suggest this evening taking additional public comments because it's a continued public hearing, providing further council discussion, and if you're comfortable, you could make a motion to approve.
Thanks, James. Again, this is a public hearing. I will open the public hearing at 6:55. Is there anyone in the public that would like to make a comment regarding this ordinance? Hearing none, I will close the public hearing. Council comments. Yes, Gary.
I've been looking at a lot of different municipal codes throughout Colorado on the marijuana recreational business licenses and stuff. And, you know, one of the ones that I came upon that I really liked was the city of Boulder's, and especially because the city of Boulder, in their overall municipal code, they don't have a buffer for parks. They have a buffer for schools and other things, and the buffer is not the big issue. But one of the big things, and the thing I heard the most during this whole buffer talk, was the fact that they didn't want another closed window on Main Street. And the way the city of Boulder did it is they have actually in their locations of recreational marijuana businesses is no recreational marijuana business license shall be issued for a recreational marijuana center at a location on the street level of the mall or University Hill commercial area. And that's one thing I think we should consider as the town is, yes, we could have marijuana retail on Main Street, but how about not having it face on the street level? And that would really, I think that's what Boulder has really tried to do. And they have some other codes that they don't put them near each other, but we only allow 2 in the entire town. But to me, that would take away the chance of, you know, creating another business that has a closed window in the front. Or, you know, the fact that I got a lot of comments that people just didn't want it right in everybody's face. And they have the same issue, would love to see if we do liquor stores on Main Street would be the same thing. So that was the only thing I would love to see is to kind of mirror that language in the future. But on the buffer thing, I'm not too concerned about. I live with the 200 feet.
Okay. Anybody have comments regarding Gary's suggestion? I mean, it's kind of what I said at the last meeting.
Is this a future item? Yeah.
Yeah, I would just love, if enough people would love to look at it, it would just be one of those things to look at, is so we just don't have it fronting Main Street. I think, when you looked about City of Boulder, that was a big concern, was having them fronting onto, their main mall or commercial hill area in Boulder.
Was that the concern, or was it having a blacked out window?
Well, it was both. I mean, it was basically having it so you can see in, and it's the marijuana right there, and the liquor stores were the same thing, or it was the blacked out window. So both of those things were, two concerns that I heard, and then looking through, other municipal codes, that was a way Boulder dealt with it, right on their Main Street. It wasn't in the entire city, but it was right on their Main Street,
So are you suggesting it for this ordinance or not?
Not for this ordinance,
Okay.
this is a buffer.
Can't
This
do
is,
it.
no,
Oh,
this is a
okay.
buffer. I'm just saying that, to
Think about
potentially
it.
think about it.
Okay, all right.
Mayor, I move the town council approve ordinance number 30, series 2016 on second reading.
Second?
Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thanks.
You going up?
Hey,
You
Greg,
can.
can you see if the applicants for the
I
next
can do that too.
item are here outside?
Mark was getting
Scotts
Jen.
Mill, Mark Chain, or Briston.
So, yes, I took what you said last time and I looked it up. And I was like,
Yeah.
City of Boulder does that.
Oh,
They did it not just for blackout, they did it for, kind of preserving their main mall area and the commercial hill there. So, anyway.
welcome back.
Briston, Yancy, you guys want to come on up here?
Hi, Yancy.
This is the City of Boulder. Code.
How you doing? Good, thanks.
Okay, if we're in, you guys ready?
Yep.
Okay, next item is public hearing and I hope I'm getting this right. Public hearing and second reading of ordinance 26, an ordinance of the town reinstating and amending the 2009 Stotts Mill development approvals for the single-family portion of the Stotts Mill development, including up to 61 units, a public facility daycare, and the dedication and improvements of right-of-ways and parks for the city family portion, single-family portion of the Stotts Mill property, and granting sketch site plan approval for the multifamily portion of the development up to 96 additional dwelling units, together with extending and increasing the corporate limits of the town of Basalt and providing initial town zoning for the single-family portion of the Stotts Mill development. James.
I won't go through all that again, but it is a continued public hearing and second reading on the Stotts Mill ordinance that would reinstate the single-family portion of the 2009 approval plan, and would also approve a sketch plan, site plan approval for the multifamily piece of the development. As the mayor indicated in reading the ordinance title, the proposal includes 60 single-family free market, single-family residences and 96 multifamily units along Southside Drive. It should be noted that the ordinance does not provide vested rights, as the ability to develop the project is contingent upon receiving final development approvals on the multifamily portion of the development. Therefore, a final plan review would be required after this round of review, and the final plan review would require another round by the P&Z and the council. So at prior meetings, this is the 5th meeting that the council's had at this level. Prior meetings, council discussed all the topics that we have on the front of your staff memo in the packet, and we received direction on those items. Staff has tried to incorporate the direction that we've received in the ordinance from those series of meetings. At the last meeting, the council had a series of questions about the requirements in the ordinance and where certain items were. Staff has included an item-by-item list, basically, in your staff memo that identifies where the different questions were addressed in the ordinance. I won't go through all of those, but if you have questions, I'd be happy to answer any questions on those items. Staff would, however, like to highlight 2 items that we believe that are the most of concern to the area. The first one is the Allison Lane connection. A bit of history here. The fire district wanted vehicular connection to Stotts Mill with the Southside subdivision when the 2009 application was being reviewed. And we received some negative comments about a vehicular connection back in the 2009 review. And then in subsequent review of the CCRC, the Continuing Care and Retirement Community, there was also a connection proposed to Allison Lane on the property. And there was a requirement that signage be placed for local traffic only at that time. But knowing it was a concern when the Stotts Mill development application came back, staff worked with the fire district to come up with a scenario that they were comfortable with for it to be a full-time pedestrian and bicycle connection with removable bollards that would have a Knox box so the fire district and the police department could remove those bollards in an emergency situation if they had an accident on Southside Drive and needed to redirect traffic around it. But the rest of the time, it would be a full pedestrian and bicycle connection only.
James, can I interrupt you?
Yeah.
When you have reference to specific, like, site issues, do you by any chance have it available to put up on the screen so that the public knows what you're talking about?
I don't, but we've got copies of the ordinance in the back. Yeah, we're talking about the Allison Lane connection.
It just would be easier, but,
Okay, well, we don't have that available
Okay.
tonight, but we'll note it for future conversation.
it would be great.
And as far as traffic mitigation was the other one, there was some confusion about the traffic engineer's discussion at the January 24th meeting. In an attempt to clear up the confusion, SGM's Lee Barker, who is the town's traffic engineer, provided a memo that's in your packet. The memo basically concludes that the Basalt Avenue Highway 82 intersection would operate at an acceptable level of service with the additional laneage and roundabout improvement at Cody Lane, as is identified on page 3 of the memo from Lee. So essentially, it would operate at a level of service D, which means that there would be less than a 55-second delay at the intersection at peak travel times during the day in the build-out scenario for all of Southside. Not just Stotts Mill, but all of Southside. So staff has maintained the condition that the applicant would be required to contribute on a fair share basis based on traffic to the Basalt Avenue improvement, which would equate to about $165,000. It would still give the town the flexibility to use that $165,000 on another improvement other than the roundabout and the laneage changes if we came up with another improvement that we wanted prior to kind of finalizing the application. Remember, they've got to go through another round of review here with the P&Z and the council. So staff kind of looked at this issue in the realm of needing some sort of moderate improvement, which we believe the roundabout and the laneage changes are, that would help mitigate the traffic on kind of the known development concepts that are out there for the south side. And then we felt that using the additional impact fees that we've got in the ordinance that are beyond the $165,000 would be a good use to try to come up with design plans for the vehicular underpass under Highway 82 that would connect Southside Drive with the Midland Avenue connection by the post office. so we could get into the state funding queue to see if we could get that funded, because we believe that would be a significant cost, likely $20 million or more, just based on kind of our experience with the pedestrian underpass. So we thought that that was a reasonable way to look at it. We thought the roundabout and the laneage improvements to Southside Drive and Basalt Avenue would operate acceptably. So we've got the condition in there for the fair share contribution by the applicants, plus the additional transportation impact fees to help in preparing plans for an underpass. We don't have Lee Barger here this evening. He's got a conflict, but we do have Yancey Nickel, who's the applicant's engineer. So Yancey could certainly answer questions. Staff can answer questions on the traffic piece if you have them. So this evening, staff would recommend taking applicant comments, asking questions of staff and the applicants if you have them, taking public comments, and then providing council discussion. Do you guys have any additional comments you'd like to provide?
No, thank you. We, based on our last meeting, we felt there was some confusion with Lee's report and the way Lee delivered the traffic information to council. So tonight we brought Yancey Nickel, who can interpret Lee's report into layman terms if needed, and answer any questions that you may have. But this application clearly has been in front of council, and any questions that you may have, we're here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Anybody have any quick questions before the
I
public
do,
hearing?
on
Yes,
this
sir.
chart. It says the 2016 Stotts Mill application is gonna have an AM peak demand of 74 EHV, design hourly traffic. And on your chart, it shows 114. I was just wondering what the discrepancy was.
I think the difference is 72 is the difference between the 2009 here and the 114, I believe, is the total Stotts Mill. I didn't get a chance to talk.
Because between your 2000,
I'm sorry?
Speaking to the mic.
Okay. Let me grab that chart, Mark.
okay.
Yeah.
Do you want to repeat your question, Mark?
Okay, the question is, on the chart, it shows 114 AM peak daily design hourly traffic, and in the written verbiage, it says 74. And you're saying the difference was between 09 and 16?
Yeah, I think the,
It just doesn't add
that,
up.
yeah, it doesn't add up on the second one, but I think that's what the intent was, is he's trying to show that the 2009 was 52 and the Stotts Mill 2016 74.
But the chart shows 114.
Yeah,
So anyway, my point is, between 09 and 16, you've doubled the design hourly traffic.
and that's not the case.
Okay, okay, that was my question.
Yeah, it's not the case.
It's actually 74 then, not
Correct.
one, okay. That's all I.
Any other questions of Yancey before we go to the public hearing?
Yes, I have one.
Bernie?
We heard the town engineer say that he looked at the roundabout and he didn't think it would work, that cars would just stack up around it because there wasn't enough backspace. Could you explain that?
I think, talking to Lee on the phone, I think he missed, the way he commented last meeting, I apologize, I wasn't here, that he got confused with the question and he didn't answer it correctly, because all my discussions for the last several months is that the roundabout was an acceptable solution and would be a benefit for the intersection of Cody and Basalt Avenue, but it wasn't needed for the level service at 82. The additional laneage was more important when we're talking the whole build-out of Southside. And the mini roundabout doesn't create the same kind of problems as your large typical roundabout. As if you've been in Snowmass, there's new mini roundabouts there that it won't create the same problems as a large roundabout backing in. so my discussion with Lee several times is that would work. Now, we're all anxious to see what the underpass does and the additional laneage once it's open with the ped crossing. And that's why I think it's important, and I support the condition that we do a baseline, because there's a couple things you could do later on when you're designing that mini roundabout. And that is to change the leg approaches slightly to the south, or do some things to help the stacking between the signal light and the roundabout. That's really what the concern is.
Is this time only to question Yancy or to make any comments?
Well, generally, if we have minor questions, otherwise we normally wait until after the public comments, so it's your call if you feel
I'll
like
wait
it's
till
a. Okay, anybody else has any clarifications from really specifically Yancy? Okay, this is a public hearing. We will open the public hearing at 7:13. So any members of the public who would like to make comments regarding this application, we need to get you on a mic. So somebody's got to move so that the TV picks up the mic. So when I call on you, if you could just state your name and come to the mic. Also, could I just add that we try to keep our comments to about 3 minutes or under?
Stefan Isberian, excuse me. I just had a concern about the so-called mini roundabout at Cody Lane. I'm not sure how that would work because as it is, it's narrow and it's quite close to 82. So traffic coming down to the highway from, let's say, the high school or wherever, coming down to that point tends to back up right there. And the traffic flow around there, because we do get semis coming into Cody Lane, I'm not sure that it's designed or would be designed to handle that kind of traffic, sizable traffic, in a mini roundabout. And presently, some of the traffic coming down are courteous enough to stop prior to Cody Lane to allow somebody to make a left turn. That's been better than it's been in the originally, but a lot of people are, just oblivious to the concern of entering Cody Lane and exiting Cody Lane. The size of that roundabout, I don't know, you would have to, I think, spread this way, but I'm concerned that the distance from the Cody Lane to the highway is just not sufficient to allow for traffic coming down. Can you explain how
Thank you, Stefan. Yeah.
you guys figured it out?
Go ahead.
Thank you.
If you can explain it now or if you need to.
You want me to go
Okay.
after public comment, or?
No, go ahead.
Okay. A couple things is the projection, and of course this is a model, is with the ped undercrossing to allow the green on 82 and the additional laneage, the backup that was referred to into the intersection should go away, except for like 2 or 3 times in the peak hour for about 3 minutes. So that would be one of the reasons you'd want to get a new traffic study after it's in, so we'll see how the model that Lee's projected would be correct, because you wouldn't want to do the mini if it was going to back up worse than the projections without moving it around or doing something with a leg approach. The semi approach to the mini, that's what they're unique about, is whatever vehicle can go through the intersection today can go through with a mini without increasing the outside edge of the asphalt. So a mini operates when there's low cars in the intersection, like way late at night, et cetera. It operates like an intersection. They'll cut across it. As cars get more grow, they'll start merging and going around the mini like a large roundabout does. And it's kind of unique. It takes a learning curve, but up at Snowmass, we're seeing it almost exactly what we projected, that it would operate kind of like an intersection and the cars, and then it operates like a roundabout. But the trucks cut across it, the buses cut across it, it's designed for that. So I think Stefan's comments are right on target, but we believe if the traffic does what's projected, then it will work. But you do want to analyze that in more detail before you go to the next level of design.
Thanks, Yancy. Then I had two people's hands at once. How about you? Hello.
Hi, I'm Cindy Hirschfeld, and I sent you all a letter summing up my concerns yesterday, so I won't repeat that. But I do have one additional question from looking at the traffic study that was done. In the conclusion, it says that Stotts Mill development will require an access permit with CDOT because it will contribute more than 20% traffic to the neighborhood. And the number from a few paragraphs earlier was actually it's going to increase traffic by 58.5% between the residential units, the 3 tennis courts, and the daycare center. So I'm wondering, and then it says the state's permitting process would seek improvements from the developer to mitigate the intersection in the traffic. So what is the access permit and what is the improvements to mitigate? Is that just the little roundabout, or I just wanted to clarify what that means?
Okay. The access permit from CDOT is triggered at the full build-out of the Stotts Mill. And the discussion I've had with the town staff and Dan Rusin at CDOT is he's willing to allow that to be phased. One, we're approving the single families and the multifamily later on the basis because of the construction activity that's going on today, the underpass, and the additional laneage that's already in place, and phase it in after those improvements are done with the traffic study, which has been done before. The town of Basalt did it at the Willits project with a double left on Highway 82. And the other key is the applicant in the town is putting seed money towards those improvements, which means a lot to CDOT. Otherwise, they're a little bit nervous because down the road, who's going to pay for it if it's needed? Also, the traffic improvements that we're talking about are for the full build-out of Southside, not just Stotts Mill. My quick analysis would be is if Stotts Mill went after an access permit today, it would be granted with no required improvements. The underpass and the laning just being proposed to be constructed will be more inadequate for the Stotts Mill project. So my hat off to the town and the applicant to be pro-aggressive with the funding mechanism, because that will be seed money for additional traffic improvements beyond what the project would require.
Okay. Thanks, Yancy. Did you have anything else?
No.
All right,
That
thank
answers
you.
it. Thanks.
Hello.
Hi, Aaron Perlman, and my wife and I, Megan Perlman, live in Southside on Somerset Lane. As I think I spoke up, I did speak up the last time, and I'm definitely overall in favor of the project because I think housing is a big need for this valley right now. However, I think that this project definitely is too dense. We're talking about 156 units for a 19.95 acre site. If you look at Southside, I think there was some discussion last time how big Southside is. 84 units on a 21.4 acre site. So acreage is 16% smaller, yet we're talking about 85% more units. And I'm just unclear why this major expansion from the original approval, it's a 42% increase from the original approval. I'd like to hear the justification for that big an increase. I've heard economically that it has to be this size for it to make sense for the developer. But
you know, in Southside, we're having homes now sold at over at 1.2 million. There's a duplex that just sold for 795,000, a 2-bedroom. So I definitely think that there's, as far as the affordability aspect is concerned, yes, by putting as many units as you can in such a small area, you're going to have smaller units, which obviously are going to demand less of a price. But you're also, you know, majorly impacting the surrounding area. And I think you just have to take a step backwards and look at all the projects that are coming into play in the next few years. 56 units next to Stubby's for affordable rentals. The Tree Farm, 340 residences proposed with 135,000 square feet of commercial space. Something's going to be approved there, maybe not the 340 residences, but 250 plus or whatever you want to say. The Fields project in Elgibel, opposite side of Blue Lake, 97 to 110 residences being looked at on 19.3 acres. Again, very similar acreage as Stotts Mill, but not nearly as dense. And that project has received some major resistance due to its density, and it's not nearly as dense as Stotts Mill. You have 28 affordable housing units for Habitat behind the high school, 75 affordable housing units at Willits, 50 of which will be rentals, and then I believe the school district is purchasing 17 of the remaining units. 100 more Shadow Rock coming on. The ski company is looking at building an affordable housing on the other side of Southside Drive, heading up to the high school. And then you have commercial sites across from Southside, storage facilities, and other proposals. So I think our valley is going to look and feel a lot like the Front Range, and this is not why we live here. This is a huge amount of units that will be coming onto the market over the next few years, and I just don't understand why this project has to be so dense. And you know, I think everyone's talked about the traffic. And I really find it hard to believe that it's going to be 55 seconds getting out of Southside with all these projects coming onto the market at the major, at 8 a.m. when people are dropping kids off. And, I just find that hard to believe. We had with the work with the underpass, people were backed up for 30 minutes. And now it's, I think 55 seconds might be a little aggressive.
Okay, thank you, Aaron. Yeah, if we could ask if people could keep it around 3 minutes or under, that would be great, because there may be a lot of speakers. Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Greg Smith, and I also live in Southside and Branding Way. And I share some of the concerns that Aaron expressed. And he pointed out a number of the projects that are underway. I don't remember whether he mentioned the one at Stubby's. Did you mention that one too? Which is going to be directly impacting that intersection. We've got 156 units, so over 300 bathrooms. What about the sewer? How is that going to inconvenience us when they tear up, the street to put in a sewer line? I don't know I haven't heard anybody talk about how they're going to get utilities up there. But we're going to have a large sewer line, water line, electrical and cable and all the rest. And where's that going? How's that going to happen? Are they going to have to tear up the street to install all of that? And we're going to have to live through all of that as well. 156 units. the US Census says that there's an average of 2.58 people per unit. So that's over 400 people, more people that we'd be adding to Southside. If you took all those other projects that Aaron mentioned and multiplied it by the 2.58 rule, that's over 2,000 people we're adding to the Mid-Valley. What are we doing to ourselves? I mean, why do we really want to do this to ourselves? I mean, what's the point? What's the end game? Why are we, trying to create another Los Angeles in our sweet little town of Basalt? I just feel like we're kind of trying to, allowing things to get ruined for everybody's lifestyle here. We didn't come here to live in a small city or, a big suburb. And I think that's where we're headed. And there doesn't seem to be an end in sight. That's just what's currently being proposed. Then, what's going to happen next year and the year after? We got to just keep multiplying by that. And I've heard the argument that, we need more housing. Well, you can't build your way out of that problem, because the more people you move into the area, the more need you have for more housing, because you need more people, working, more restaurants and more cooks and more, people working in the restaurant, more people working in, more teachers, more firemen and policemen and everything else. I mean, people, and then you've got people cutting your lawns. And, it just keeps magnifying. You never get out of the problem. It just keeps, creating, we need more housing. Just doesn't work.
Thank you very much.
I'm very much against it, obviously.
Yes, ma'am.
Hello. Hello. My name is Anneke Scholten, and I've lived with my husband and my son for 15 years in Southside. We live on Allison Lane. And throughout my career, I have worked with many developers, and I know the goal of developers. They take tremendous risks to make a lot of money. And the Stadsmill property is obviously a beautiful, beautiful spot, and I am sure they can be very successful there. However, the density of that project with 156 units will not add to the quality of life of us who have lived both in Southside and in Basalt for many, many years. That intersection is already a nightmare, and with potentially having 156 units there, with 2 or 3 cars per family, that's another 300 or 400 vehicles that have to come down that street, plus the students and the teachers of that high school, plus potential other development, plus all the residents of Southside. I don't think this is in the benefit of the quality of life that we all enjoy currently in Basalt and hope to enjoy for many more years. Thank you.
Thank you, Annika. Yes, sir.
Hi.
Hi.
My name is Red Cunningham. I live in Blue Lake, and I own a business in Basalt off of Willets Lane on Durow. Anything that can offer more places for people that work for me to be closer is a benefit. I understand the density might seem high, but that's what makes it affordable. I promise the people that live in Southside now, when they were first approving that back in the 80s or early 90s, or whenever that went through, it was very unpopular because 85 or 6 units on 21 acres was probably really unpopular. But today it's considered a great spot to live. I think looking forward that it still will be a great spot. It's just going to have more people around it, and more of the people that work here in the community are gonna be able to also live here. So,
Thank you. Red, was it? Red?
Red, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Yes, sir. Hello.
Hi, I'm Todd Hartley. I live on Meadowview Lane in Southside. Been there for 11 and a half years. I first want to say that I agree with everyone who's characterizing it as too dense. I think that given the character of the neighborhood, given the fact that there is the one way out, and given the Habitat for Humanity parcel and the Skico parcel, and whatever happens across Southside from the existing townhomes, I think that to launch into this without any sort of idea, like to think, oh, well, let's build it out and then see how traffic's going to be, is a recipe for disaster. I think that if this were to get approved as it is now, we should start this moment figuring out how we can do an underpass or an overpass from Big O to the post office. I think it's going to be absolutely necessary. I respectfully disagree with this idea that the Up Valley turn lane and the underpass are going to take care of everything, because if you're coming from the Shell station to 82, it's a one-lane road. So if you're going to turn Up Valley, you can't get there anyway. So it's really not going to mitigate it the way people are thinking it would. What's that?
2 lanes.
Not really. Now?
No, that's what it will.
Oh, it's going to be. Oh, okay, sorry. Well, that would help. And then also, does anyone have a handle on what's the average building cost per square foot in Basalt these days? 300 a square foot? And what are the 28 acre or the 28 foot wide lots? What do they propose to be selling for?
Well, first of all, it's not 300 a foot. So I'm not, you want,
Okay, you know what,
Could
let's,
have-
can we not ask those kinds of
Okay.
questions, because.
I'm sorry, I question how affordable they're going to be.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you. Todd? Yes, sir.
my name is Blake Greiner. I live in Southside with my wife.
Hi, Blake.
Going off his comment, leaving Southside, and I understand the additional lanes are gonna be added, but without it being like the Willits Light, where there is a turn merge lane onto 82, because you can't do that with the bus stop right there, it's still not gonna relieve traffic as you plan or as you should imagine, because you're gonna sit there, wait for cars on 82 to pass at a red light to turn right without the merge lane. And that's my main concern with the traffic. And I also agree it's too dense.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Hi.
How you
I'm
doing?
Jillian Copps. I own Mountain Greenery, and we are on South Side Drive. One of my issues has been, for many years, is our parking situation. And I think when you bring more people in, business will be increasing. The road is not wide enough. We get a lot of semis. We could get 10 in a day. So we have, and they're really large, 18-wheelers. Sometimes they have to sleep down by the mini storage, because they come from California and Oregon. So we have a lot of traffic and a lot of parking issues. They've taken away some of the parking, the end of Few Lane, and we don't have parking on our side of South Side Drive. So that's a concern. And there's also not like a line in the middle of the road. So it's very difficult for people to know in the snow when they're coming in where to park, where to pull in. So parking is a big thing with the development for me. And also, just again, one access point onto the highway. I really think this needs to be addressed before anything is approved. I pay my employees by the hour. Most of our business is in Aspen, and we sit at that light, and we can't do the business that is warranted out of this location currently, and it's just going to get worse. So just wanted to make that point. Thank you.
Anybody else? Going? Okay, thanks, everybody, for your comments. I'll close the public hearing at 7:36. James?
We received several letters for the record as well. Council has copies of these letters. We received letters from Chris Lane, Maria Murrow, Eric Annenson, and Evelyn Kellogg, and Patrick Leeds, as well as Matt J.
Okay, thank you, James. Anything else from your table?
No, staff would suggest asking questions and providing comments.
Okay, questions or comments from council? Yes?
I have a question. So I wasn't here for the last meeting, and I recognize that this question has not been asked, and that is regarding the deed restricted price cap. Can you please explain that more? Is it an indefinite price cap, or is it a one-time initial sale price cap?
The deed restricted requirements would be on the rental affordable housing units would be a rent cap, and then there's an allowance for it to increase by 3% per year. On the for sale units, there would be an initial price cap per our guidelines, and then they would increase by 3% a year, appreciate by 3% a year.
Indefinite.
Indefinite.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great, thank you for clarifying that. As well, a theme that has been mentioned tonight is walkability. And we talk a lot about traffic, we talk a lot about cars, but the interesting part of the Stotts Mill location is the walkability to RAFTA. And I see that being a benefit, and that does meet the ideal requirements. Besides talking about vehicle traffic, I'd like to hear more about pedestrian traffic, and previously I have suggested and requested that the walking path be continued by the gas station, and I have not seen, there's nothing written in the packet to my knowledge. Can you speak to that?
Yeah, so we've got a condition on the mini storage approval, the sketch plan approval, that would require the applicant there to provide a trail on the south side of the horse property, which is just on the south side of View Lane there. That's their property, and so we'd need some sort of allowance from them to be able to add that trail.
And is that on phase one of their, they must do that at the start? Because I remember that it's a 4-phase.
Yeah, I believe it was on phase one.
Okay, because that's a key thing that I really want to point out is if we want a project like this to work, we need pedestrian safety, and that part is paramount. I recognize it's someone else's property, you don't have control over that, but if, as I've suggested before, if there's some sort of partnership, if that happens with approval and is done before we get to the mass and scale.
And the mini storage is running ahead of this project right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, good to know. Those are my questions.
That is it? Anybody else? Bernie?
Yeah, on page 3 of Barger's report, down the sentence, the paragraph right to the last, it says, the model shows that during each northbound green phase, Basalt Avenue northbound can serve about 30 vehicles under the optimized timing plan and laneage conditions. Any vehicles behind these 30 vehicles will likely have to wait for second green phase to get through the SH82 intersection. With the optimized timing plan, a cycle could be up to 180 seconds, so missing one cycle would mean a delay of 3 minutes or more. So what time, what percentage of the time would somebody be delayed 3 minutes or more during peak hours, and how does that figure into your average level of service D?
So he identifies in the paragraph before that 5% of the peak hour times that you could hit that 3 minutes.
So that's when it fails.
That's when it fails.
Okay, so this plan is mostly D, but it will fail at times when that occurs.
Yeah, and that, to add to that, that's the 95 percentile that CDOT uses because of special peaking. If we didn't have that, we'd have 6, 8-lane highways and 6-lane intersections for a 3 to 5 minute time in the morning and peak time. So there's a cutoff that's allowed to where you know, like if there's an event at the school and it comes down all at once, you wouldn't want to build the intersection for that. You just let it cycle through for that extra 3 minutes on those cycles, and that's what Lee was trying to explain. And that's, again, for the whole south side build-out, not just Stotts Mill.
Anything else, Bernie? Other?
I had a
Mark?
question for Susan. What's the zoning over there currently?
On this particular property?
On the master plan.
Well, the master plan has it as medium density residential. I think James actually has the picture up there on the wall with parks on both sides, just like it is.
So if
And-
it's medium density residential, do these guys meet that criteria
They're at the top of the density range.
for that zone?
Yeah.
Because, you know, we've all tried to keep development in the core. That was our plan with the urban growth boundary, correct? He's
Right.
within the urban growth boundary, and he meets the criteria for the zoning, although he is at the top of the range. Is that
At the
correct?
in the master plan and not the zoning itself, but the master.
The
plan.
master
Yep,
plan,
yep,
sorry.
yep.
Okay, that was my question.
Anybody else? Gary?
Well, you know, it's funny that Mark brought that up, because I've been looking at the master plan and stuff, and this goes back to the conversation we had earlier with Eagle County, is that this is a 2007 master plan. You know, they got approved under that in 2009 for more on the lower end of the density, because I think, if I'm correct, it's 6 to 11 something.
Yes.
Yeah,
11.9.
9, yeah.
11, yeah, so, and so originally, this project was at the low end of the density. It got approved, obviously, there needs to be some change to it. But, you know, things have changed. It's 2017 now, and, you know, we are looking at an overall vision for the 3-mile planning area, and the amount of traffic that's gonna be generated by this project and that project and every other project has to be looked at together. Because I think we talked about it earlier, Auden had a good point, is trying to find a way to look at all the development and prioritize which developments come online, so the community can adjust to that and basically adjust to the impacts of every single development. You know, in 2009, I was here and I approved that density, and I really wanted that project to happen. And, you know, the biggest problem I had at the last meeting was I don't love the traffic report. I think, you know, being at that level service D, everyone says it's acceptable. When you look at it, it's acceptable by CDOT. And that's a Colorado Department of Transportation that looks at it through the whole state. And so is that a level acceptable for us in Basalt? And you're hearing it from residents and everything else, and I'm just a little concerned about the increase of traffic through this area. You know, we gotta look at it for every single project, and I think that means we gotta look at it saying, you know, look at that master plan. Do we really want this high end of medium density residential anymore? Because I think it's gonna cause some major issues here, but then combine it with the affordable housing on the other side, you're gonna have stacking. I just believe you're gonna have stacking. I know the underpass is gonna help, but the underpass would help a smaller development. So, you know, I'm really concerned about what this is gonna cause to the overall traffic.
Yeah, Jen?
I agree. Gary highlights a theme that was brought up in public, as well as regional meeting that we held earlier today, and that's that global issue for the valley regarding population. And looking at our own master plan, outside of this, and then looking at a larger valley-wide master plan. As a side note, it's something that I really desire is for a multi-jurisdictional valley-wide regional plan that states what is acceptable density, what is acceptable population, because if we each independently approve these higher, very high, at the highest portion of what is considered acceptable for a 10-year period from 2007 to 2017, we can't undo that, and that's what I have concern of.
There should be no mistaking that this is a super difficult issue for council to be deciding on. I mean, everyone who came in made legitimate points. My concern is that the traffic question, which is the fundamental one, is coming whether we want it or not. And Aspen's a great example of this. Aspen sterilized a whole bunch of the town as low density, and that means no one can live there, and there's no community, and you got terrible traffic. So we're having growth, we're gonna experience growth regardless. And the question this town council has asked and mostly answered is that we wanna put the density in the town core where it can be served best by infrastructure and mass transit. And a lot of us have opposed the Eagle County, what we would call sprawl development like the fields. I've opposed the tree farm. And the compromise there is we're gonna put that density in the town core. So this is super difficult, and trust me, I'd love to preserve Basalt in time forever and close the door behind me and the other people who got in, but now it's gonna be ruined if one other person comes in. But it's just not realistic. There's huge need for housing. I mean, police, fire, teachers don't live in the town and they commute. So you're getting the impact somewhere, somehow. I've had two types of feedback on this application. One was, it's too crowded and too dense. And the other was, we need housing, we're young people, we wanna live here. And they're both legitimate. Truth be told, my best friends wrote letters opposing this project. So it's a very, very difficult problem, but I will say that this parcel has long been zoned for development. And if you moved into Southside, you knew that this was going to be developed at some point. As a council, honestly, I don't know what to do other than to look at the third-party traffic study that's been provided to me. And this, you know, to everyone's credit, we've beat that up a lot. And it's not perfect, but to me, this is where we should be pushing the density. I will say, number of people were concerned about Allison Lane being used, and just to be clear, that's not in play. It's only in play as an emergency access. I'll stop.
Anybody else? Okay, let's see, where to start. Well, I'll just shoot everywhere. People have had concerns since the high school was built out there that pedestrian access is not safe especially from the bus stop in that area out to the high school, so that's basically covers this. It's a very difficult walk through there. It wasn't designed well. I have to say that we could have done better in that approval process. On the affordable housing issue, we had this conversation with the Eagle County Commissioners, and that whoever said you cannot build your way out of this, it's because we have to build so much unrestricted housing in order to get a little bit of affordable housing that you create an additional need for more cops, more teachers, and then you need more affordable housing because you've created a need for more cops and more teachers. I'm of the mind, and we had this conversation earlier, that when we approve housing and we want to call it housing for our people, our citizens, to improve the quality of life here, it needs to be 100% affordable housing. Otherwise, we are building our way backwards into requiring and needing more affordable housing. I have concerns about our responsibility, our fiduciary responsibility, and our responsibility to the community to get infrastructure on the ground prior to approving developments this big and doubling and tripling the size of a neighborhood where we don't have that access out. I mean, it's 20 years down the road, folks, before we see an underpass, if that. So you're looking at a squeeze hole for this community for the rest of my life, probably. I have heard concerns about people's property values, that people are very concerned that their property values are gonna go down because, do I wanna live there? Hell no. Now, maybe, but not with this coming, not with the double, tripling of size. The businesses are represented here. They should be concerned, folks. They should be concerned. I have an exchange student who I normally don't have to take to school. I took that kid to school this morning because he missed his ride. And I did that thing that Stefan said. I had to stop to let people in and out of, and that's now. That's now. So businesses who get their business at rush hour, 8 in the morning, 5 at night, from people who work, are gonna be challenged. I'll just say, gonna be challenged, because if I have a choice of going there to take my tires done or someplace where I can get in and out of, guess where I'm gonna go? And the last thing I will mention is, and it's something I mentioned about the park parcel across the street, which is, why are we here in the first place and who do we work for? And Annika said it best, and that is, anything we do, any development approval we do should add to the quality of life. That is why we were elected. We are not here for any other reason. Is this adding to the quality of life? Not for people in the core and not for people out there. And I'm not sure who for, because, as I said, I am a person who believes that you don't build yourself out of this affordable housing problem by creating a lot more housing that's not affordable in order to get a little bit of affordable housing. And lastly, I just happen to be a land use major too, and I believe that density should be concentric. It should be tighter on the very middle and get less and less and less. That's pretty much land use 101 until you reach the really rural areas. So for a lot of reasons, I'm sticking with what I said at the last meeting. I told these guys that I would support the approval that we made last time, which was 100 units, because they got stuck at a very financial bad time, and I will still support 100 units, and I will not support 156 units. And that's all I have. So, is there a motion?
What number is that on the agenda?
7C.
7C.
Okay, got it, okay.
Mayor, I move that the town council approve ordinance number 26, series of 2016 on second reading.
Second.
Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Fails. We're missing somebody tonight, which is, well, it might have failed anyway with the other person here, but, so it's a tie vote. A tie vote means it did not pass. So, thank you all for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you.
They never will.
Let's give it back as far as that.
Let's talk tomorrow. I have an answer.
Two cans of Coke and
we get the big bucks, Mark.
Not easy.
Nothing I could add.
Well, it's just, the reality is, we need to update the master plan.
Yes.
We'll see if that's true.
All day.
We have to.
Good when that happens.
I don't like level of service D,
But who could say no to that?
and it's a 30%.
Well, I shouldn't say that out loud, right?
What I calculated for the traffic study, and that's.
I'm not gonna be here for executive session.
All right, sweetheart. Neither then.
No, you go, you can.
Right, if the rail, like the rafter, like,
No.
right there. Yes. So we just the
Hey, guys, this, yeah, Elise has been waiting. Mark has been waiting a very long time. Thank you for your patience. Years. Yeah. Years. Okay. Okay, guys, 1 second, okay? This is a public hearing and first reading of ordinance number 1 of 2017. This is ordinance number 1. How exciting. An ordinance of the town rezoning the property at 150 West Homestead Drive from R3TN to R4MD, approving the Elise minor subdivision, creating 3 lots and granting final site plan approval for Lot B of the subdivision. Mr. Lint?
Thank you.
Hi, Mark.
Pesky neighbors.
Does he have to go to timeout or something? Come on up.
Hey, that was longer than 3 minutes.
This is a public hearing and first reading of an ordinance that would approve of an application submitted by Mark and Chris Elise for a request to rezone the property at 150 West Homestead from the R3TN to the R4MD zone district, as well as to approve a minor subdivision to subdivide the property into 3 lots, as well as a final site plan review for the development of a single-family house and a garage on Lot B of the proposed subdivision. Just as some background here, this is Homestead Drive, this is the proposed site plan. This is Tucker Lane in the back, and Silver's Drive comes down here. The town, Eagle County shop, which the town purchased some years back, is located in this area. And so, as I indicated, the applicant is proposing to rezone to R4MD. There's an existing single-family house of about 1,300 square feet, and the applicant is proposing to subdivide the property into 3 lots, one of about 6,000 square feet, which is Lot C, and then 2 3,000 square foot lots. The applicant is requesting the final site plan approval for a residence and a garage on Lot B, alley lot. The council approved the sketch plan review last year, and
Where have you been for so long?
I told you I've been waiting years.
Staff reviewed the application with the Planning and Zoning Commission. The Planning and Zoning Commission went through the discussion items that we've got on the wall as well as in your memo. Generally, the P&Z thought it was consistent with the R4MD zone district requirements. Additionally, thought it was consistent with the character of the neighborhood. in that most of the neighborhood is R3TN and has small lots with smaller units generally. Additionally, there was discussion about use of sheds on the property. The applicant is proposing to get rid of some of the non-conforming sheds, but maintain one shed to act as a construction trailer for his construction of a house on Lot B. The P&Z thought that that was appropriate. Other topics, the fire district reviewed the application and had no issues with the concept. And Lot C would be required to be developed in the future consistent with the R4MD zoning. So this evening, staff would suggest taking applicant comments, asking any questions that you may have of staff or the applicants, and asking for public comments, and then providing council discussion. Ultimately, staff recommends approval of the ordinance on first reading. Mark, do you have some comments for us? Anything?
Yeah.
I should take the cookies with me.
Applicant will not touch the cookies.
Okay, Mark actually is asking for the floor.
Okay.
Do you know, was there any underground tanks there when the shop was there? And if so? Oh, okay, that's my question.
On the mic, it needs to.
I didn't say anything.
There were no underground tanks.
There are no underground tanks.
No underground tanks
Oh, that's right, somebody. in
on the property, on this property.
Okay. Yes, sir.
James, you're comfortable with parking? How are you gonna park that?
Yeah, parking, the applicant is required to provide parking on-site. I can't take the mic.
Okay, why don't you take mine, James?
Anyway, I'll sit down.
Yeah, just,
They're proposing to provide on-site parking for Lot C in the future when it's developed. And then on Lot B, the applicant is proposing, Lot B is the top lot off the alley, a garage and an additional parking space to meet the parking requirements for R4MD. Currently, the parking for the residents on Lot A is on the street. We've got a requirement that upon redevelopment of that lot, they're required to provide on-site parking to meet the code.
Good job.
Anybody else? Have a quick question? Okay, are you ready for the public hearing?
Sure.
Okay, this is public hearing. We'll open the public hearing at 8:04 Is there anybody in the public who has a comment? Hearing none, I'll close the public hearing at almost the same time. Council, people.
Mayor, I move that the town council approve ordinance number 1, series of 2017 on first reading and continue and set the public hearing and second reading for February 28th, 2017.
And I make the first second of the year.
The first second of the year. Okay. Further discussion?
One quick comment.
Yes, sir.
I support making the rules, making it easier to do this kind of thing, if that's possible. Yeah, administratively, I'd just like to look at that in the future.
Bouncer too?
Okay, that's a different conversation, but a
I'd
good,
like to
but a
have
good
that.
idea.
I'd like to have that
It's a good
conversation.
idea. So did we have a motion and a second? Further okay, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Great. How is that, Mark?
Good.
Too much density and all, still.
I still passed. The 99 units it was the key, was to stay at 99.
The last guy was just 153 units too big.
Thank you for your patience. Sorry you had to wait so long.
No, that's okay, that's
Right.
okay, but I do think that, in that neighborhood, we've been trying for years and years, decades, to try to get density in there, and part of it is, I'm kind of in the business, I'm a licensed architect, I'm in the construction industry, I've got to.
Stop, you got an approval.
Right.
You're unselling yourself.
Yeah, I'm just
Just saying, you're just saying.
It is a lot of work, and it's hard, and that's why we don't have more.
Good to see you. Good to see
Eat
you.
a cookie.
Take your cookie. Take your cookie. Bye, Glennie.
I don't know how you manage the crowds.
Okay, so our next
Thank you, folks.
item is an executive session, a conference with our a conference with our attorney for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions in accordance with CRS 24-6-4024. Are you going to say goodbye? See you. 4024B, more specifically, potential lawsuit, Scanlon v. Town of Basalt, Tom Smith and Alice Powers. Take it.
You need a motion?
Oh, thank you.
I make a motion to go into executive session
For the reasons specified?
for the reasons that were just specified.
And Auden seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
I'm going to step out. Pam, for the record, this executive session does not need to be recorded because it is exclusively for the purpose of privileged attorney-client communication between counsel for the town and the town council.
Okay, and we just need to make sure we're shut down.
So for me, it's really important. Ron gave me a list of stuff, okay? It's not a priority list, it's a list of stuff. And I get emails from people, have conversations with others, and I don't hear from others in terms of what my marching orders need to be. And what's important for me and for you is that my marching orders come from the board, the majority of the board. Whether it's unanimous or not, just a majority is okay with me. And so, in that list, and that was just a worksheet, you know, you can throw it away if it doesn't help you, but I've used that kind of matrix before giving stuff ranking. So I would like to hear from you all what you think my priorities ought to be. Not top 30 priorities, just top 5 would be good. I would think that the manager hiring thing is number 1 for you. It is for me. No offense on that. And then there's some other things that are in progress. Whitewater Park, the underpass, the newsletter. They're already going, and that's not going to change. But we got River Park. We've got some other things that have been sort of put on my table. And I really need to hear from you on what my priorities are from the board. I understand it's 9 and it's burnout time. But we do have a project, the river, I'll call it the River Park, but it's a portion of River Park, which is construction of the culvert. Are you all up to speed on that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. And when Ron left, he kind of steered me to Dan Richardson, who I know, who you know, as a project manager. Because, you know, Susan's got a pretty full plate. I think everybody's got a pretty full plate. So the idea was, okay, Dan, could you be the project manager? We've had a meeting with him and a phone conference call yesterday with him, and I'm a little concerned. He gave me some pricing, a price range for his stuff, which on the low end is under the 10,000 discretionary thing. On the high end, it's 14 and change. And so I called him this evening after our conversation yesterday, and I said, whoa, before I turn you loose, I need to know if that project is your priority. And the other piece is high water is going to be coming here soon, and the culvert project has to be done. If you're going to do it this year, it needs to be done before high water. Otherwise, it's logistically difficult. You don't have to answer that today, but I need some feedback from you soon, and I was hoping, and I'll meet Friday night if you want. I'm cool with that. You're probably not, but. So I just need that from you all as my bosses.
Well, could we just do this in like 2 minutes? Isn't it?
Well, if it's just this one question.
Well, on that one, yes. You know, River Park, what do you want me to do?
I mean, the truth is, that's super timely. I mean, we are either in or out on the park making business,
We've
depending.
said, we've committed to doing this park. This is a piece of doing that park. I just, personally, for me, go do it.
No brainer.
But I would bid, I'd ask someone else for a bid other than Dan if that number seems high.
Well, Dan's not gonna do it. He's gotta go out.
And I
Doesn't he have to go out to bid?
That's why he's talking about $10,000.
Yeah, I mean, if it's 10 grand, I will tell Dan, I cannot go over 10 grand unless we reload. And I don't want to be perceived as breaking this project up into pieces that fall under and then.
Yeah, that's been precluded by the policy anyway.
Right. But there are other pieces, and we say the park. Right now, we're talking just the culvert portion of it. No, we're not talking the whole park. The culvert's a critical piece, but I need your feedback.
So with that, if it is only the culvert, I am comfortable with the Sopris Engineering and DHM partnership. Beyond that, I want to open it up to bid, and I do not want to favor the consultants that we have worked with the past, and
Okay.
that's clear.
Okay.
And then on your other question, what are the priorities? If there is any sort of negotiation that is going on between staff and an applicant for the Basalt, for the RFCDC, please be on that
So you're
call or in the room. We
Okay.
need someone, a manager present for those talks.
I will be involved in those, and after, okay. How does, on the comment on the park, on the culvert,
Yeah, let's separate the culvert from the park.
let's say
okay?
culvert and park is separate.
Because it-
Good on culvert.
Good on culvert.
Good on culvert.
Yeah, I'm not good on just doing this for the park. I'm good
Yeah.
on culvert.
now, if we do open up for bids to do the work on the park, we won't, I don't think we can make any construction in 2000, that's fine with me, but I don't see how we can make it.
We need to be as transparent as possible on this, and this is too big of a project to do it. We said as fast as possible. And honestly, procurement is part of everything we do.
That's
We
fine, I
just-
just want you to understand.
Yeah,
that
no,
when you-
okay.
You know, I'm not arguing to do it, I'm just kind of saying that that's fine going into a
That's-
public process, but we wouldn't be able to.
It's at
I
least-
did not realistically expect the park to be open to the public by the end of the summer. I expected it to be in and growing so it could open by the next summer. Are you saying we
No,
couldn't get it in
no,
and
no, no.
growing?
There's design work, there's engineering, there's a bunch of stuff for the park portion, and we do have consultants that have been online and have done work, and exactly what status is. The concept, the momentum that's in place right now is to kind of continue with those folks. If you want to not do that and get bids and go through that process, then we will put the brakes on any further. I haven't done really much with that. It's just the culvert and some grading with the culvert, and then having a project manager, which would be Dan Richardson or somebody else. I don't know somebody else, but I can spend some time looking. The thing is, timing is critical because February's half over, and March, water starts coming up.
Yeah, no, SGM has been working with us on a ton of projects. I am totally comfortable for the culvert project to move forward with SGM managing that project.
Okay.
Under
Just
10 grand, right?
Under 10 grand, but for me, the park is too important to continue the way we
Okay.
need to show the public that we've been doing. And honestly, I work in government, things take time.
Yes, they do.
Let's see, when we put it out to bid, maybe somebody can get something, maybe we can be close or doing something, and maybe not. And let's just see with the bids what we get.
Be nice if it looked like something.
It would be, but I think if we rush and we fuck it up, it's gonna be worse than just taking the right amount of time to do a really cool park.
What it will look like is, when the culvert goes in, there'll be some grading, and there'll be grass, hydromulched, to just stabilize the soil. So it'll look green, it won't look like a dirt pile.
But you won't want anybody on it.
Probably, it's not a park.
Right.
It's public space, at
Well,
least a portion.
won't you want it fenced off to protect the grass so
Can
it
we not
grows?
just do this right now, please?
Yeah, I wouldn't
This
worry
is
about that.
getting
Let
very
them deal with that.
detailed.
Those are details we can
Well,
come
I
back
already
to.
said we're going ahead with the
Okay.
culvert.
That's what I needed to know. The manager project, if I could, I've had input on the profile or the brochure that's gonna be sent out. And my understanding is you all have not, as a group, said, we're good with that, or we're almost good with it, or we hate it. I need to know, I don't want to delay that process. Right now, we have a March 13
Submit or something.
submission date by folks. So if you want to change anything in that publication that's gonna be sent out, I need to know that now so I can tell Phil.
And is that publication, that email that he sent us, is that really the publication?
Oh,
Okay.
I responded to him.
I'm good with it.
Okay, I don't know who
respond.
got back, because
Oh, okay.
I didn't see everything, so
And you
who
said
who
contact-
responded somewhere? Okay, everybody did. Now, I think some went to Pam, and the rest went to Phil?
One went to me from Bernie, and I sent it directly to
Okay.
him, so I think Phil has them all.
Okay, so Phil's got everything, got all your feedback.
When do we get the second draft?
I don't know.
So that's a question to
ASAP.
come back, yes.
Okay, but he's got the input, and hopefully the input is not all over the place, it's just minor things.
Who said it was fine? I said it was fine.
I'm fine, I don't need to see a second draft, I sent comments.
Okay, anybody else fine?
I'm fine.
I'm not sure I'm fine.
I'm not
Okay.
fine.
Okay, if you can,
Grassroots lady,
I'm
no
okay, you're
laughing.
okay, right?
I'm-
Participate in this?
I don't know how disparate your comments are, because it might be, oh, just change that word, no big deal.
I'll look at it
Mine
tomorrow
wasn't
again.
that crazy.
Right.
Okay. Okay.
I just want to see a second draft.
Right, but if Phil says, you know, I don't know, I have 3 different second drafts, I want 1 second draft with modifications, and maybe that can, I don't know if you can highlight text or something and say, which word do you want? But I'll get that back.
It didn't come down to word choice. It was more not the entire body of it, but just some of the factoids and.
Okay, like the technology piece and,
Right.
and the stuff that you went
what the duties
over.
of the town manager is.
okay,
Yeah, it's all in the email. Just
Okay.
I'd like to see a second draft
Yep.
before I say that I'm fine and go to publication
and
with it.
Jackie, is that?
I'm gonna
along-
get you for sure tomorrow. No more maybe.
Okay, and I will talk to Phil tomorrow and say, Phil, can you turn this around tomorrow evening or Thursday morning? Back to all of you directly and to me with a copy and whoever else is in this loop. And that way, then you can I'm gonna be here next 3 days. So you look at that, say it's okay or it's not, final tweak, and then we'll be done, I hope,
Yeah, I hope.
okay?
You're good with me.
I'm good.
And the first draft, I mean, it's already on his website. It's already up,
Okay. Are people able to look at that?
yes.
That's weird.
Well, what's
Will
the
I ever
point?
look at it?
I myself, as the public, went to Peckham McKinney, and the Basalt manager position is there, and it's the
I'll
text.
ask him about that. Because, you know, you change it, and somebody's going, what the heck?
Right, and that's what I am just like, what are we marrying ourselves to?
I don't think you're marrying yourselves to anything, Mr. Attorney.
He's busy,
You know, you can,
getting sued by somebody else.
Yeah, we're
You
gonna
can
pick
change it.
somebody.
Yeah.
And we're gonna pick somebody.
they're gonna negotiate with you. They're not gonna go, hey, I'm holding you to that. And you go,
Yeah.
well, you're off the list then. That's
Right.
easy.
Okay,
All right, we'll get that back. Thank you.
Good-
That
good enough?
helps me, and I would like to come back at a work session with
Did
you
we
all.
set up a date for a work session for goals?
not really. I think he was making us do it right now, but that
No,
wasn't
but
very.
I would like a work session
Me
so we're
too.
not sort of jamming it.
Yeah, we should do
Yeah.
that.
This is
Yes,
a work
I
session
agree.
to
I
do what?
totally-
On,
Not this week.
We
A
figured
work
it out.
session to discuss other projects, other
How's next
things.
Tuesday?
and that might be,
No, not
I-
Wednesday, not Thursday, not Friday,
I'm
not,
gone next
Okay.
week.
I would,
and this week.
if you're doing that,
Coming in. This is President's Day weekend.
Can we do it without you?
You can do it without me.
I would like to have everybody there if we can do it. I
Okay,
think I
then
got the most,
The week after next.
Is a regular town meeting. I'm happy to be there.
Right.
I'm there for the next
and
meeting.
Maybe we can can you come early for a work session? Because I'm sure we're gonna load up the
Sure.
agenda, just like we did.
Okay.
and I would like to have,
5 o'clock, I can do it.
if we can do it, maybe, I don't know, at that time or another time, but some of the stuff that was on the agenda tonight, I think it would be appropriate to have an executive session where we talk about general legal principles that apply to development approval decisions, so that we keep our feet on the ground foundationally on some
Why
stuff.
does that need to be an executive session?
Because it will relate to specific projects.
Well, that's different.
do you want to say 4:30 on the 28th? Or is that
Wait,
too
we don't
early?
We have already a work session.
I have,
You know what? Let's deal
We
with
have a work
this.
session with
fixing-
post
yeah.
2017
Very
priorities
important.
and potential
We keep that.
interviews for post.
We need to keep that work session with post.
Yes. I've been asking for that for months.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
This meeting's adjourned, yes.
Turned.
that's all right.
Sign before you leave.
My contract is signed,
Yes.
so you can post that wherever you
Good.
want.
I was going to just ask her. Did you sign his contract?
Hey, would you mind,
I don't know if she did.